It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. The heart of Massachusetts should be freedom, justice, and liberty. Freedom led pilgrims to Plymouth Bay. Salem trials had justice too late. The sons of liberty spilled the tea, and then the redcoats spilled their blood. The shot heard around the world rang out from the Bay State. Boston's strong and ready to defend. It's where revolution started and ends. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. Quincy Market, Freedom Trail, Charles River, Boston Harbor, Bunker Hill, Griffin's Wharf, Fenway Park, North Charge. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day.
Boom. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Oof. Hope everybody slept well last night. Hope everybody woke up healthy. Another day, right? Another day. See what we can do to help Karen Reed. It's all we can do, right? Really that easy, you know? So, I did not get a chance to watch the ID Discovery show last night. So, you gotta really help me with that, guys. I don't have. What are you doing? Nice, dude. Dude, there's nobody there. Go. You're a mess. Jesus. Where the hell are you going? Go. Sorry. I didn't watch the ID Discovery special. But I did hear good things about it. I heard it was fair. And at this point, we'll take fair, right? And again, I can't stress enough how lucky we are to have the truth, right? I don't believe, and it blows my mind. I keep going back to this. The last time Mr. Reed spoke, it was from the heart. It was so perfect. It was absolutely perfect what he said. The news channels were right there, and not one syllable did they give him. And it's really, it's sad. It's really sad. This guy's put everything he's worked for his entire life on the line to defend his daughter, who's factually innocent. And I was thinking last night, and I was talking to Mark about this, right? Like, why even blame Karen? They could have got away with this on their own. It would still be like Enrique. It's an open investigation. We don't know what happened, blah, 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 right? Why? Why blame Karen? I can't fathom that. I don't understand. They didn't even have to involve her. And then once they did, they had to make everything fit around it after the fact. All after the fact. That's the problem here. And she wasn't even where he was. We know exactly where Karen went. We know exactly where John went. It dropped off. He wanted to go there for whatever reason. Don't care. She dropped him off. She waited. She got sick. She had to go. She left. Oh, this is perfect. I don't know if I can zoom in. Can I? I can't. There's a car in front of me with a heart. I have a phone. And oh, that's just perfect. Got can't read. Take a picture of it. So but why? I don't understand the what. Like they could have got away with it. They had no need to even bother with Karen. None. Aiden is not in jail. Aiden is out free today.
Yo, yo.
Hey, good morning, big guy.
How you doing, man?
I'm great. How about you?
Good. I was just watching the second episode of the Karen Reed special.
How is it, Mike?
It's awesome.
Is it?
Yep.
Good. Good.
Yep. It really
It could be worse, right?
Oh yeah. I mean, I haven't really seen anything that's been pro, except like news articles or Ted Danson, not Ted, Ted Daniels. But this is really good. They got you in the war room. They got you with Yannetti, Jackson Little. And they a really good moment is when they discover the search at 2:27 at 40 seconds.
Yeah. And when Alan found it.
Yeah, the Richard Green got a hold of Alan Jackson and said, Richard Green's like, I don't know if this is important, but I just found it odd that this was searched. And he was like, okay, what was the date? He's like 1:29:22. Okay, what was the time? 2:27 and 40 seconds. And then blew up from there, and then and then the whole narrative started coming together, and you hear some from the other side, which is fine. I mean, I get what there's. I'm not going to try to ruin it for anybody if you haven't seen it, but I get why they're saying what they're saying, and like they want to believe what they want to believe, and we want to believe what we want to believe. That's kind of cool. Yeah,
on the car in front of me. Is that not like an omen?
That's awesome, dude.
See the heart in the inside of the hand? That's pretty cool.
That's a nice tattoo right there, man. Yeah, that's cool.
But that's on the car in front of me.
That's cool.
Yeah. It's an omen.
Yeah, that's always a good sign. So the 2:27 happens, and now I just shut it off because I had to get up here and stuff. But right now Jen McCabe is on the stand and I mean, I can't tell you how many times they're trying to, I hit him, blah 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 all stuff. Karen is really not denying that in the beginning of it. Like maybe I did say that, but it was in a question format of like, did I hit him? Did I hit his foot? She never thought once that she ran into him. Never that was saying. And then she starts questioning even if she said that, because you had Flamati, Nuttall, McLaughlin, and Jen and Kerry saying that they heard it, but it's not in a fucking police report, dude. And they say in the court, in court on the stand that they were told she said it in front of a cop, and a cop, obviously a cop going to put it in the report. So it's already starting to get to the side where, whoa, what's going on? No one wrote it down. It's just hearsay.
Right.
Yeah. So I'm not. That's as far as I got, which is like season 2, probably 3/4 of the way through it. But yeah, I have it on Max. It's pretty good. I'm not gonna go through anymore. I'll let you watch it because it's good. Yeah.
But so, Mike, me and Mark were talking last night, right?
Yeah, I was listening to you. Good.
I just can't fathom, right? What they could have got away with this themselves without involving Karen. I don't get it.
Yeah, so if Karen never called them and slept in or whatever, it was going to be lucky. It was going to be lucky.
Oh, but because she freaked out, it had to be her.
Well, she, yeah. So the tail thing,
he didn't come home. What the frig?
Right. So I think Jen just called an audible. I really do.
Wow.
I really think Jen called an audible because she couldn't get around the fact that Karen woke up then Karen even questions, why did we even go back to One Meadows? There was no need for that. And then the whole thing was strange. It was like when they were pulling up to 34th Fairview, like Karen darted out of the car and ran towards John's body where no one else could see it. And she was like, literally, it was right the fuck there. How could you not see it, kind of thing. And so that was interesting.
Right.
And then Kerry was telling them not to roll him over. And when they did move him, there was grass there, dude. He was on grass. So, and his phone was there. And that's where I shut it off. And then, the part where she called her dad and said they'd known the incident first. And then he called her back and told her what happened. And she just said to him, I don't feel like I want to be here anymore. I can't believe he's dead. I don't feel like I want to be here anymore.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Mike, how do you even process that, right?
Right. All natural things that you would normally feel. So that would suggest to me that that's why they kind of put her in that room for a while. But even Karen said something really cool, is that when she got to John, she pulled a piece of glass out of his face, which I found interesting, right out of his nose. So I don't know, no one's really talking about.
Was he bleeding?
Yeah, so when she pulled it out of his nose, it bursted full of blood. Came running down his face. Interesting, huh?
Explains the glass.
Well,
right?
Remember the glass? Yeah, the glasses don't match though. Like, it was kind of weird. Like, there was actually a piece of glass in his face.
How does she put the glass in his face if she's driving a car?
That's a good point, Tommy. You just fucking read my mind.
Right?
Right, bro. Exactly right.
Again, let's play that out.
That is damn. People are skipping right over that part. I think in the show, it's like, okay, why is there a piece of glass in his face if he got hit with a taillight? And the taillight doesn't match the glass. The glass they found in the bumper doesn't match the glass that was found in the snow. So what the fuck is going on?
Mike, no offense to Karen Reed in any way.
Yeah.
But if John was on the ground, she's not moving that boy.
No, she needed help.
That's physics.
Karen couldn't do it, so she asked Kerry, and Kerry said to leave him right the fuck there. So I don't know.
So there's no way.
No,
again,
no way.
How's that square? She can't move him if he's down.
No. So then she started.
She can't move him, Mike.
She couldn't. She asked Kerry to help him, and she said no. Don't leave him the way he is, because Kerry was thinking maybe broken neck, whatever.
Mike, I'm talking prior to that, from 12 o'clock, from the time he got out of that vehicle. From the time he got out of that vehicle, if he was down exactly where he was, if that's the case, because she couldn't move the body. Karen Reed's not going to drag John O'Keefe's body around. Dead weight, they call it.
Physically. Throwing a glass in his face and then moving him?
Right.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, no way. No way.
She ain't doing it.
Nope.
I don't think I could do it, Mike. The guy was 6 feet tall.
6'2", 215.
Just physics. I can't do it.
No, it's hard, dude.
Right? But think about it. How can she do that now?
She can't, dude. Let's just call it what it is. She didn't do it.
Right.
Right.
Well, I think that's good news. If that's the case.
John's phone's the answer. Thanks, Brian LTL. Appreciate it, buddy. Glad you're listening.
Brian, happy birthday, big guy.
Yes, John's phone is the answer. You're right. We're going to hear a lot more about that. Like, we're already starting to hear about that Lank situation and stuff. But so she pulls a piece of glass out. Blood comes out. She says a lot of blood comes out of his nose. So obviously it was drained. The eyes was swollen, and she goes over the injuries up to his face, which is, both eyes are swollen. At this point, she doesn't know there's a cut in the back of the head. because he's on his back laying down.
Right.
You know, and then the gurney comes, they put him on, and Karen is fucking losing it. You know, here's her boyfriend that she loves, or, you know, whatever, how you want emotions you want to use there. And they pull him away in the gurney. You see Jen McCabe just push Karen away, like leave
But
us alone,
why,
kind of.
dude?
I
Why?
know, because she's having a conversation with Carrie, and you know, when then they play the 911 call where Jen says there's a guy in the snow. Yeah, it was bad.
That's
It was
not
bad.
good.
Yeah, and then so on the one thing that John's friends are saying that really did it for them is that the way she came out of the car and ran right to his body was the dead giveaway.
Well, yeah,
Like
she's in
what?
the back seat. She got the best view of the world.
And like because Kerry and Jen didn't see him there, well, obviously Karen did it because she saw him first and she was the last one to drop him off. So
Okay.
if that's their critical thinking, yeah, I can't wrap my head around just because Karen saw him first, she's guilty. Is that what you're trying to say to me? That's what he literally says that, or his best friend. Well, that's what did it for me. You know, I'm like, dude, okay, all right,
Odd, very odd. That
but
in
you know,
itself is odd, Mike.
yeah, the fog of war. Think about it, like, you know, you just so many things going through your brain. You lost your best friend. You
Yep.
don't know how it
Shock.
happened.
It's called
You know,
shock.
yeah, but
It's legit.
once you come out of that, though, you should start thinking critically and start saying, wait a minute. But my thoughts is that the plan was already in place. Karen called the audible about the car. I hit him ahead of him. She had the firefighters do it. Again, a piece for me that I really want to hear is that what was the turnover from the ambulance to the hospital? What was told to the nurses? That'll be a big if it ever comes out. And John's phone, the movement of John's phone will be huge. What time? You know, was someone else's phone moving at the same pace? You know, and they have John's phone, which is huge now. And
Right.
Liza Little does a great thing, and you're gonna put this. This is how I'm an X, you know, Generation X. The phones today in the world of criminal enterprises, the
Yep.
defenses is the number one telling sign of crime.
Okay.
Searches, phone calls, texts. That is a critical piece of any type of investigation.
100%.
What's in the phones? Yeah, and like to me, it was always like DNA, right? Where's the DNA? Where's the DNA? Now it's where's the phones? Give me the phones. Yeah.
Right.
So that's interesting that they had that. And they go through the whole process that we already know in the first episode, like how she got arrested. They show her getting like, you know, new body cam footage at the state police. She spent 2 nights in jail, which sucks. They arrested her in her boxer shorts the second time.
Of
You
course.
know, and at the time, Michael Proctor says she's crazy. You see what she was trying to do back in June, so you knew what the angle was there. You know, he's
How's
already
he
said
know that? How's he know
right?
that about her?
Yeah, because she was asking for like her, can I change? I don't want to wear my slippers, whatever. And then how did she find Alan Jackson? She called the Harvard Law School and talked to the professor, and
Okay.
he
Nothing
said to
wrong with
her,
that.
"Yep, no." He said to her, "Look at the Kevin Spacey trial because he did it through the phones. He got, you know, because the kid was trying to set him up too,
Yep.
and that." Yep. And so she sent an email to Alan Jackson. He called Liza Lilly into his office and Liza Little into his office, and they game on, you know. And then the big thing for everybody was the Google search.
Well, of
That
course.
happened.
Who
That
searches
happened.
that, Mike? Of all things to search for. Of all things.
All right. And then all the things, the one deletion you have in your
Bad.
phone after 4,500 searches is that one. And
Yep.
of course, Garrido didn't find it.
Hey, listen, I'm going to try something, okay? We're going to try something different here.
What's up?
I'll be right back.
All right.
All right, so let me close this out.
I like the screen how it's set up here. Good morning, everybody.
Roger, Roger. Do you guys hear me?
Yeah, you're a little loud. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah.
Okay, I can't hear you. But wait a minute. Da, da, da. There may be a way. If I do this and I do this. Oh, this is gonna be good. I think we got it, guys. Does my microphone sound good?
It's really loud.
Hold on. Yeah, I'm dumb. I can't hear you. So, uh,
All right.
um,
Oh yeah, hold on. Yeah.
done.
So who called Paul when he was at John's house? You know who called Paul.
Tell me this works.
Jen McCabe called over there.
All right, can you hear me now, Mike?
You got two windows open.
Yeah. Hold on. I gotta do this. Settings, audio. Mike,
Yep.
how you doing?
Yeah, Brit happens. We already have gotten the ruling to dismiss. Yes. My mic sounds a bit better today. I was talking loud the other day, dude. On the Glare stream, I was going off. Yeah, I lost my shit.
Oh, by the way, you did great yesterday, Mike.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yep. You guys raised $20,000, Mike.
No way, really?
Yes, you guys did. You're part of that,
Right.
my friend.
I wrote it down. So when I jumped on the stream, we had $2,700 in the pot at 2:00.
Wow.
So from
So
there
is
on,
my sound good?
you still got two windows open. One's muted
Yeah.
and one's okay. So
But is the
20.
sound good?
Oh yeah, really good.
I'm trying. All right. Do something
Really,
different this time.
yeah, really good actually.
Sweet. Listen, I got to give a huge shout out to Mark. I spent the time with him last night. Super duper great guy.
So do you want to switch windows or no?
Maybe one of the mods can put me in, just eliminate one of my windows.
The one that's
I don't know if they can
that's
do
muted.
that.
Yeah, the one. So do you want the one that's muted off?
I want this one, main. That's perfect.
All right, there you go.
Perfect.
Can you just turn your volume down just a little bit or no?
I can,
All right.
but it's in. I just clipped it to my face,
All right.
so it's kind of in my face. So
All right, man.
give me a minute. If this works good, Mike, I can put the
Yeah.
microphone on a boom, and I can put it over everyone else's,
Yeah, that's
for you guys to get good sound.
Yeah.
Like when Mr. Reed's talking, or Karen or whatever.
Yeah. So nothing from the last couple of weeks made it to this documentary. It was all from trial one.
Okay.
And you're in a ton of pictures.
Oh, really?
Yeah, in the background, some of your footage is used for sure. You can tell.
Yeah.
Good little segment about Turtle Boy, how he became involved. Just some good stuff. So, yeah, I definitely would watch it. If you have Max, we just lost Tom. If you have Max, you can watch all three in one time. So that was interesting. So I started watching it this morning because I go to bed early. But it was good. It was good. Karen reached strong as a new member. Thank you. Yep. Tom, CPU is a rock star. Yeah, he's a star. Yeah, back up, buddy. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here. I can't hear you now.
All right.
Oh, there we go. It's clear.
You got me?
Yes.
All right, cool. Why did Tom was at a business meeting last night. He had a conference to attend.
There's a Chinese food restaurant in Cambridge called Bishuteki. I think it's in the Hyatt Regency.
Yeah.
The Chinese food, they cook it right in front of you.
Oh yeah.
Morning.
So what do you think?
So we did that. They had steak and shrimp and nice meal.
Have you seen the new buffer zone motion?
No, but I guess it's quite extensive.
Say the least.
Again. Morning, Dina.
Say hi.
Hi, everybody. Good morning.
We're on Dylan's channel.
Good morning.
And we're on Resistant to Silence.
Oh, you're bang. Look at this.
Yeah.
That's good. You're good.
We got to cover 2 trials today,
I like
my
that.
friend.
Dina, you're double tasking.
I'm double tasking.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you for being here, too.
And someone saw your car and they said, that's Dina. It's the other day. So.
Are you going down to Aiden's in a while?
I have Kristen going to be there.
Oh, good.
And we'll stream it kind of like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, we're all trying to cover all together and do the best we can to bring this awareness out and, you know.
And that's all we can do, right?
That's all we can do.
Did you say the prayer yet?
Yeah, I did. And we said the Pledge of Allegiance.
It took me an hour and 20 minutes to get here this morning.
That's why I get up early in the morning.
I know. So I'm leaving at 7. I'm like, oh, I'll be there, no problem. It's 50 minutes.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Unreal.
All right.
Thank you, Dina. Morning, Scott.
Morning, Tom.
How you doing, bud?
How are you?
Good. How are you? All the regulars. Good morning.
Good morning.
Minion Mike.
We got Knoxville, Tennessee in the house.
Yeah.
Knoxville?
My name's Scott.
Scott.
Yes.
From Knoxville.
Sandy, from Knoxville. In fact,
From Knoxville. Tom.
we were just listening
How
to
are you? Oh, you're watching me.
Hey.
What's up? I know you.
New Hampshire.
Good to see you.
We're with you.
Mr. and Mrs.
Brother Reed, Mr. and Mrs. Reed's up there. So you guys are from Knoxville, Tennessee.
We are.
How'd you end up in the small little town of Dedham?
Well, we've been following the case from the beginning, and we had a little family thing in New Jersey, and so we were there.
Just
we
in
were
the
like,
area?
We're so close.
Okay.
We gotta get
Banging
there,
out.
right? So we came.
Wow.
We came last night. Yeah. So we went to see F. McCarthy's last night.
Okay.
Did our drive, we did the whole thing, right?
Yeah. What do you think?
It's stunning how small that yard is, and we drove down there at nighttime. What's that?
Microphone.
Oh, sorry. And how, so we did it nighttime and daytime, and we put our little lights on there, and we're like, there is no way in this world that nobody saw a body sitting there driving up there in any vehicle. You got the lucky thing, right? I mean, that with flashlight everywhere, and our SUV showed it clear as day. There's no way you can convince me that anybody could go down that street and not see that body.
It's kind of hot, isn't it?
It's crazy, right? The whole thing's
Especially a
crazy.
6'2" guy.
Right.
Like Scott McGinnis, right there. Like, you're not gonna miss this guy laying on that ground.
Well,
You can't.
my wife's like Scott. My wife's dad was honest cops.
Yeah.
Hate corrupt cops.
That's right.
And and this has corruption everywhere. Right? There's no doubt. And I don't understand how anybody can sit on that jury and not have reasonable doubt everywhere. There's nothing honest about this.
Wow. Knoxville, Tennessee.
Yeah. So anyway,
So you guys,
Scott for sure.
So you know Scott before you got here?
No, never met him.
Oh, really?
But I was seeing him. I always said I got to go see Scott McGinnis.
Okay, get together. We'll get a picture. Oh, sorry, Dina.
Excellent.
Can someone take a screenshot of that for me? Actually, I think I can do it. Nice.
So
Hey, good morning, bud.
Yeah.
Wow. So again, I can't thank you enough for coming here.
Hey, our pleasure.
Wow.
We had to be here.
So what do you think so far? So you're from Knoxville. You're so strange too. What do you think?
think about
the crowd and the
it's
people.
impressive. It's impressive, and it's
small.
It's interesting to see it in
It's split
person,
up today,
right?
what it is.
When you see it on YouTube or whatever, it's just not the same. It's just like Fairview last night, right? You don't have a true appreciation of how that looks until you see it in person, right? And just how small that lawn is. And when they talk about the house next door, it's like, oh my gosh. To me, in the pictures, it looks like it's way out there, but it's not. It's all. And then we went to Kelleher's, and we're like, okay, the ring video there.
Cameras on this house, right?
Yeah, and it's like, it's just so. And this whole idea that she moved forward, and it's like, even the cars. I think there's some questions under which cars were there that morning when was it Julie?
You're right.
Julie supposedly dropped the donuts off in a near blizzard or whatever,
Yeah.
which still doesn't make any sense.
How was
right?
even there when some of the pictures I see?
And Brian Jr.'s car, where did that go? That wasn't there. There was 2 cars. There's so many weird things about this case, right?
Shouldn't be either, right?
No, it should be right. And then don't forget, they tried to say they got it on film or something when it first happened.
Everybody's got ring cameras, right?
Yes, everywhere you go, right?
Driving by night and they all light up.
We drove by the Canton Library. We're like, oh, well, that one got clipped or whatever, right? It's like there would be. That's why we kept driving the loop, because we're like, oh, well, they would have seen it here, right? Like if she really did it, they'd have the thing on video with the ring camera showing it, right?
Did you watch the ID discovery last night?
No, I did not. We didn't get an opportunity.
So they're saying that Karen pulled a piece of glass out of John's face and he started bleeding, or it was in his nose or something like that. So if that's the case, how did she do that?
Well, how was he bleeding at that point then?
How do you get the different glass there, right?
Now we have a whole bunch of different questions, right? That's a whole other Pandora's box.
We saw that tail light. How does it get into 47 pieces?
That's
how does
tough
the
tail light,
Dayton officers say it's cracked? Everybody says it's cracked, including McCabe.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden it's in 47 pieces. I mean, is it magic? The whole thing's crazy.
It totally is nuts. My husband has brought me into this from the beginning, and I just was telling another lady over here how much we appreciate everyone who's been here for the long haul, who's come to support how it's grown.
Yeah.
And you guys have done a phenomenal job.
They're taking some abuse along the way.
We get little bumps and bruises.
Yeah.
Wait till the media gets here. They're a joy to play with.
I can imagine.
See that pole?
I saw
That black pole right there?
Yeah.
The media, they always forget this, so they're walking backwards, right? And there's always one media guy you hear. Thud. He gets his clock run. We've all learned.
Well, and you see the Reed family.
Aren't they the sweetest people in the world? And you hate to say they picked the wrong person, but they didn't. They picked the right person because no one else can fight this but Karen.
No doubt.
I couldn't do this.
And it feels like she's all of us.
Right.
Because it could be any of us, right? And she's the one who fought this, and they never thought she'd plead this out, right? But she fought, right? And it could be any of us that could be in that spot.
What do you?
And you were saying on the way over when we were driving here, you were talking about her not wanting to go there and trying to talk about, right? And it's like, man, you just
don't know, right?
No, because like she didn't hear get invited there, right? And it's
they never been there. They got lost going there.
And that's why we did both. We did their path.
We got ourselves lost also, so we could try and correct it to come back
their
around.
route versus the other routes. And
so, you want to meet Nathan Reed? Morning, Nathan. These guys are from Tennessee.
Oh, good morning, Nathan Reed.
Can I get a picture of you three real quick?
Very good. We just support your family, and we wanted to be here to show how much we give back.
Can I just get a real picture real quick?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you so much.
Come on. Good stuff, man. Wow. These people know the case, man. Wow. Got it. Thank you, guys.
Honestly, we didn't know your family beforehand, but we so much. We're so sorry for all of it. No matter.
We were just saying, your family personifies class, and all this. And I think, like Tom
Wow, these people are preaching, man. I love it.
She wasn't gonna just.
And family.
This level of corruption. Yes.
Neil, what's up, buddy? How you been? Good to see you. Kelly Reed. You know Kelly Reed?
I've seen her.
Okay. From Tennessee.
Hi, I'm Scott Robert. This is my wife, Sandy.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Just as like they're real people. It's just
You can tell.
You know.
You can tell. I watch
Exactly.
you everywhere.
It's
It's,
just-
it's like, yeah,
I'm listening.
it's real.
I'm listening.
Real stuff.
So I got some pictures. So if you
Good job.
send me an email, and I'll send you the pictures.
Okay.
So,
All right. Awesome. Thank
you know,
you.
you get my email. Very cool. Very cool. So,
Good job, buddy. Yeah.
you guys have kids? You say kids, and we're gonna be gone for a little while.
No.
Older.
Okay.
No, our son's 37.
Do they follow the case too?
No.
No?
No, not at all.
And her dad's a former law enforcement. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, that's why I say, like, he
You got a whole bunch of questions, I'm sure. Right?
he's very anti-police corruption, right? And right, like the good ones are, right?
Yeah.
And they see it all over this. So
So, in the buffer zone where they had us, if you look down there, there's they just went in. See how that guy in the yellow way down there in the shirt? That's the buffer zone. That's where he had to stay. Now you know where they wants to go? See that white sign way down the end of the sidewalk? That white sign. They want that white where that car's coming out. They want the buffer zone down there. So
yeah.
I'm gonna get come up here. Okay, all right, shot. Mikey, you there, bud?
Yeah, I'm trying
Just
to
cleaning up
trying to
trash, making sure there's no trash over here.
Tom, don't fuck around. They're gonna fucking click you, man.
I'm improperly using the stairs. Nothing happened. Morning, how are you?
I don't know.
Can you get the whole? How's everything, guys?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You guys want to be on live?
We know that.
You know?
We're live.
No, some people they really hide from the camera, and I get it. So,
I'm not hiding. I'm just a little.
so where are you guys from?
North Reading.
North Reading?
North Reading, and they're from Woburn.
Where?
Woburn.
Woburn. How long did it take you to get here?
Woburn.
Half an hour.
Half hour? All right, that ain't bad.
There was a lot more traffic today than normal, though. But it's all right.
Oh yeah,
We're
there
here.
was a little more
We're
traffic.
Did you guys watch the ID Discovery?
I did. Yeah, I did.
What do you think?
I love Karen's personality. I think she's.
Adorable.
I love how she talks. I love her expressions.
Yeah. You
I
guys?
can feel it.
Yeah.
I can feel it. I'm like,
No,
yes.
okay.
Yeah, no, I love her.
Yeah.
It makes perfect sense why she says those things and feels that way and looks that way. I'm like, yes.
Like having a conversation.
I'm excited to watch more, and I'm a little nervous about what might come because I don't want to get a little pissed off.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
I'm like, I don't want to get
all right. So that's good. What's up, Mikey?
And we're praying for Aiden today.
Yes, we're going to have side screens so we'll know what's going on as much as we can.
Okay, good.
So
A little nervous
Yeah.
about praying for Aiden.
we do pray for him today.
Yes.
Yep.
Is he still over there? Aiden.
No, he's in Stoughton.
No, he was here.
Oh, was he?
Yeah. He might still.
Oh, is that? Yeah, he's over there.
Yeah, Tom, his court case is at 12. I don't think.
I don't want to interrupt Aiden. He's talking to Ted Daniels.
So his court case is at 12 o'clock. Can you
Yes.
hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yeah, they're stopping traffic. There we go. Aiden, you got a second?
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, how you doing today?
Good, Tommy. How are you doing?
Good. You nervous or you happy? Sad? Where you feel with this today?
My question, I feel okay. You know, I'll be happy when it's over.
Yep.
But did you see that you, in the documentary, that the Reed team was watching your stream on the way into court?
Oh,
See
no,
that in the
I didn't know.
documentary?
No, I
Oh,
didn't
yeah.
get a chance, so I'd go watch it.
She was passing the phone around, and she was like, "Look, they're all down there,
Yep.
and they're watching your stream." So you made it onto the.
What a feeling that must be, though, for her to come and see all the support.
No,
It's like you, when you come out of court and see all these people here.
Yeah, it's really nice.
How do you describe that?
Flattering, I guess.
Yeah.
You know, feels good. Who wouldn't like that? You know.
What about today? What's happening today?
Well, Karen has her hearings all day, I'm sure, and I have Nareem in Stoughton at noon.
Yeah.
And hopefully it'll be in and out.
What are the odds of dropping it and just saying
They're not going to drop it.
They won't?
We have a motion to dismiss filed and I don't know if that will be heard today or how that works, but I mean, it's just a ridiculous charge, and you know they're going to ask for bail or whatever, and the same thing that happened a couple weeks ago. I just hope there's no shenanigans or tricks. Like, you know, we've asked them; they have not mentioned anything about bail revocation. So if they try to do that, that would be a surprise to us, but you never know.
Oh, it's not friend. Still doesn't have a jacket. You gotta get a jacket, buddy. It gets cold out. Do you I was gonna ask is the motion to dismiss, and then there was something else.
For me?
Yes.
Being arraigned.
How can they have witness intimidation charges if he is surveilling you? If he's got you under surveillance with his system, how can he be if like that doesn't? You can't be afraid if you're actively surveilling somebody.
Well, I didn't know I was being recorded. That's the big thing. It's like I had no idea. How could I know? Like the assumption is that I'm not being recorded because there's no sign saying I'm being recorded. Right. You can video record somebody. You can't audio in this state. So I knew the law, and I know Chris knows the law. So I would assume that Chris, since he's got to support the police sign in his store, respects the law, but you know, apparently not. Apparently he was surreptitiously recording me without my consent or knowledge, and you know, obviously I was like doing an act, and oh, look at this guy's fired up
like you always do.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah,
that guy loves it. That guy loves it.
But yeah, Mike, what's up?
Ask Aiden to post his motion to dismiss.
Can you post your motion to dismiss?
No, I haven't even seen it.
No, he hasn't seen it yet.
I haven't seen it yet. So yeah.
When he does, can he?
You know, there's just no need for it. You know what I mean? It's stupid. There's my old drivers.
Oh yeah, that's your old bus. That's your bus.
Yeah.
All right, listen, we don't want you in that bus anymore, all right?
Yeah, never again.
No more.
Hopefully not today.
So, all right, listen, good luck.
Thanks,
we got people out there supporting you, so we'll get
love you guys,
we'll get it out there.
Love you guys. Thank you so much for the support.
Good luck, Aiden. We love you, bud.
Good job, Em.
All right, so we know where he stands, right?
Yeah.
Hey, what's up?
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good, doing well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good day today, right?
Yeah.
It's not raining. It's not snowing.
It's a little
We're ahead of the
we'd
game.
like, but not bad compared to what we've run into, right?
True. These guys from Tennessee. So
right over here.
Yeah, right here. Oh, yep, here's Karen. The Shums. You made it.
Stop in traffic.
Yeah.
Don't wet it. No. I'm going to tell you, Taylor, use fabric against fabric. It'll come right out. I'll take care of it. I'll get it. I'll show you this trick. No, I'll tell you how it's come out. A tailor told me this. You use fabric on fabric, and you can get almost anything.
Look, you got a little hole in it now.
There. See, it's gone? It's
a
tailor. Fabric on fabric. You never wet it.
What a team. What a team.
They just click, guy. And you can't make you can't make it up. It just is or it isn't. Yeah. It is here.
I've done everything happened in the trial and before trial.
Morning, Tom.
Morning, how are you, Karen?
Good, how are you?
Very good.
Good to see you.
Good to hear you yesterday on the Glera.
Yep.
Nice to hear you.
That may be hard to do fabric on fabric to get it.
We ain't stopping. A lot of people going. So.
Thank you.
Here we go.
Good job, Tommy. Good job.
Ms. Reed, did you watch the program last night? You got any sales? No interest?
Got more important things to do right now. Got a lot of work.
Let's go together,
Mr.
kids.
Jackson,
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. You better. Good morning. Good morning. No birthday. No birthday. Good morning. Lower
Man, how's that, guys?
That was awesome, buddy. That was awesome.
Busy morning, huh?
Yeah. Good stuff, bro.
Woo.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Oh, nothing. I just want to make sure you can hear me. That's all.
Yeah, I hear you good.
That was good.
Did you guys hear the what Karen was saying? Pretty clear?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
So the sound's fixed, right?
Yeah, it sounds awesome, Tom. It's probably the best sound we've had in a long time here. Yeah.
How's the picture quality?
Awesome, dude. It's like the best. It's awesome. It's like prime time. It's almost like a documentary.
I have a question, sir.
No, you don't get that.
There's the Lally.
Yes, we're gonna have it. We're gonna have it live here. The hearing. I guess we have the court ready to go.
Isn't it nice to see the whole team together like that, and like there's energy with all of them.
Yeah,
Guys,
they're all walking with a purpose.
yeah. You guys want a picture? Want to get a picture?
Right by New Jersey. All right, yeah. Yeah, let's do it. You taking a picture?
Yeah, I got it.
Oh, that's good stuff right there.
Excellent.
So we got up there last night and he said, it's not
Awesome.
Nice, huh?
That's beautiful. That's beautiful stuff. What a day, dude. It's beautiful. It's nice out, you know.
Food? Breakfast?
I ate before I came down.
Okay. How was your ride in? Usual?
I left extra early.
Traffic was
I got here at
ridiculous.
6:30.
All right.
Cool. Yeah, see you about that.
I know you.
How you doing, Tom? How are you?
I like that sweatshirt, man.
Thank you.
Nice.
Missy Cabral. Melissa Cabral made this. Gail White took the photo.
Yeah.
And Melissa Cabral put it on the sweatshirt. And the back has got this. That I like.
You have Richie's on. You see his new.
Yeah.
Did you see the documentary last night?
Yes.
What do you think?
I thought it was very good.
That was good.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
Fair.
my back was kind of fair, you know. The other side told their story. But I thought, Karen did a great job.
Put it in work,
Very
right? Good. Excellent. All right. Hey, listen, thank you for being here. You guys are always here, so. Listen, you can't, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, 12.
Hey, can you do me a favor while you walk around? I have my thing on mute, but
Yeah.
it's running.
Yeah.
I gotta go. I gotta go to the lady.
Go ahead, I
Can you just
got
make sure
mine.
no one knocks
Yes,
it down?
yes, I got this.
Hey,
Yes,
the
yes.
bus driver?
I know the bus driver. She's gonna get in trouble. She's getting bagged. Busloads of kids. He's yelling at her.
Yeah, Tom. So there's going to be a huge buffer zone issue. Yeah.
Check this out. we may have to work on this.
All right, keep going.
Yeah. Because you know why? The buses in the crosswalk, they stopped the light for people, and that put her where she was. See how she's in the crosswalk?
Yeah.
Not supposed to do that. They gave her back her light. Hey, unfortunately, I have bail money, unfortunately, so that's not good. All right. All right, so Mike, what do you think?
I'm pumped up, baby. I'm pumped up. Pumped up.
This Henry,
So, yeah.
who's a good boy. Hi. Hi, he's a good boy. Hi. Hi, buddy. Hi. Hi, Henry. Henry, a good boy. He's so soft.
Hey, how you doing? Good. Hi, Henry, my little buddy.
Yeah, he's a good boy. You're missing Brian. Who's your buddy, Brian?
Scoped him out 3 seconds.
Yep. That dog has something for Brian. Them two just they click. That dog and Brian. Mike, do you think it's
Yes,
telling that the cop wouldn't even answer or even address my question?
Yes. Yeah.
Because he knows it's going to be about the buffer zone.
Dude, if you got to see the motion. It's crazy how much Hank Brennan wants to extend it, and you can't wear any pink. You can't be
Listen,
within. It's crazy, dude. When you
the
get
dude doesn't even know enough to wear a jacket.
I know. Are you gonna go have breakfast, Tom?
What?
Are you gonna eat breakfast?
Yes, sir.
So when you get a chance, go into your phone, and I'll send you the motion for the buffer zone. You can read it.
What's up?
I have a question about your mics.
Sure.
So you don't have anything plugged in here.
Nope.
It goes blue. How does it?
Yep. This is Bluetooth to the phone.
Yeah.
The
And
phone.
is this a iPhone or a?
No, regular. It's a Galaxy. But this is running through my phone. This is my new phone. This is my other Galaxy. This is a S22. This is a 24. So this is a hotspot on it, and I'm hotspotting this phone that is using this for volume, right?
Right.
But I hear Mike through.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I hear Mike through this one.
So you know that it's working.
Yes.
I see. It's a little complicated, but
Well,
all right.
It isn't. It isn't. Like this is just my regular phone.
Yeah.
And this is hotspotted.
Yeah.
I just added an external mic to this. So.
All right. That's
And
interesting.
yeah, and that's just StreamYard.
And these are DJ mini
DJI. Yep.
DJI. Yeah.
And I have the camera.
Yeah.
You know the Osmo 3 Pocket 3. I have that. That's what this came with.
Right.
That's just where this mic came from. This
Yeah.
would work with anything. This would work with an iPhone if it has Bluetooth.
Right. I'm more interested in that it's Bluetooth in and not you don't have to have the connector.
Right. No, it's just wireless Bluetooth to this.
Nice.
Yep. Hey, Mike. Sorry about that.
You get two windows open, Tommy.
I need the mod to block that out if they could.
Yeah. All right.
That was TV guy asking me how I had my setup. Oh, there's Brian. I know you.
The guy from Justice Serve came over earlier, so he's going to TB's hearing, and then he wanted to do an interview again. So I said yes.
Oh, that's the guy with the
Lara went on his show, Neil. Like, remember we were at the registry of deeds and stuff like that? Yeah.
Okay.
So.
We'll smoke them. We can drop the hammer on them.
Drop the
hammer. Drop the hammer. No mercy on these people. Well, that's cool. So she's gonna be on that show.
Oh yeah. That's justice serving or something like that.
Yeah. Hey, listen, I haven't really begged or pleaded for anyone to hit the thumbs up or the like button and all stuff like that.
Yeah.
If you guys could do that, I'd appreciate that. Helps in the long run.
So, Brian, thanks for the $5. Colleen became a new member. Pass the Pepper, thanks for the $5.
Is that Pepper? Tell her I love her.
Pepper, Tom loves you. Amelia Walsh, $2. Who called Paul when he was at John's house? I believe it was Jen McCabe. Karen Reed Strong became a new member. Thanks, guys.
You know, every time I try to rub her shoulders, I get an elbow with the chin. So.
No. Free flip on that. Stop it.
So we have the motions, right?
Yes. Motions and lemonade.
Okay. And they'll be all day.
For 2 days, Tommy, it looks like.
Jesus, Mike.
Yeah.
2 days, huh?
This is game day. Like, you know, like the pre-trial is like the trial. This is game day right here, dude. This is game day right here. This is big.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Just drove up from Cincinnati.
You
13 hours and 15 minutes. I just arrived, and I was watching you.
You just missed it, though.
I was like a block away, and I was watching your channel when they went up the steps.
You just drove from Cincinnati?
Yeah.
You shit me.
I left last night at 7:30.
Straight through?
Yes.
From New Jersey?
I stopped for gas once. No, from Cincinnati,
Ohio.
13 hours and 15 minutes.
No Scott McGinnis?
Yes.
No,
Ohio, non-stop. He just got here.
Just welcome. You know, I was a block away when I was watching.
In the area, hanging out.
Yeah.
You want a picture with Scott? I got a picture with Scott.
Oh, that'd be great. You know, I tell you what, we've been hooked on this thing.
Where's your wife? You didn't leave her in the car, did you?
No, she's still there.
Stay here. I'll be right back. Fail.
I think some of us are going to spin over to Stoughton.
Yep.
And then come back here.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know where. I guess I could put in the.
No, the only thing, the regular judge is on vacation down there. So he doesn't know who he's going to get for judge.
Stoughton District Court.
I'll just put it in my
The same people. You follow the trial?
Yeah.
Okay. Who do you watch? Like
everybody.
Okay.
Melanie Little. I watch you.
So you know Mike? You know Mike?
Yeah.
He drove from Ohio, dude. Non-stop. He just got here.
I just drove. Thank you. Last night at 7:30, and I just pulled up.
Wow. Nice.
12, 13 hours. Miscarriage. Because you know I was listening to like Mark Federer last night, I guess. And I don't want to misquote him, but like he said something like, "This is sort of a national disgrace."
Yeah.
And that's what I think. You know, why can't they put a stop to this?
Scott McGinnis, you got to put a pair on once. It's you.
They're gonna ban the glasses next.
All right.
Yeah. No, thanks for coming by.
Donate the money to kids.
I'm amazed that people just. I'm shocked.
I was watching you the other day, and you said if people like you, they call you Tommy. So that's
There you go. Wow.
Oh, sorry, guys. It's 2 minutes to elbow.
Gotcha.
Patina glass.
Hold on, one more.
Oh, wait a minute now. Wait a minute. That's badass. Erica, you're slacking. Where's your glasses?
How are these? I'm getting dizzy.
Yeah.
The only one. That's why you got to wear it at the end
Put them on and get high. Done.
full of blood.
Wow.
It made me sick.
Mike, that dude just came from Ohio, drove straight through 13 hours.
That's incredible, dude.
That's
incredible.
something.
Yeah. Yeah.
How do you put words to that, buddy?
Passion. I wonder what he did for a living.
You want to get something to eat? Sure. I'll buy you breakfast. How's that? Yeah, you gotta let me do that. So you're our guest. Really? You just drove 13 hours. We don't have Waffle House.
13 hours and 15 minutes. And I missed them walking up the steps by.
Wow. All right, let me grab my backpack here.
You'll catch him at lunchtime.
Oh my, he's gonna go to Stoughton after here.
Bedrow is not in Stoughton. Bedrow is in New York.
All right. Let me see around here.
All right, the court is on.
Court's
Ohio.
on. All right, so court's on. We can bail.
Yeah. You can put me up if you want, Kelly. Okay, thank you. Here we are. This is game day, people. Game day. So, this is when they say practice is the game. You practice. This is it right here. What you can get in, what you can't get in to the trial. This is SD. Good morning. So this to me is very important. What witnesses are going to be allowed in? What experts are going to be allowed in? This Karen and Turtle Boy talking. He's going to be in Stoughton in a couple hours, man. This guy's everywhere, man. He's missed a fucking beat. Karen's laughing, smiling, bleeding. That's good. Oh, it's always a good sign. Christina Rex in the background. Ted Daniel, Channel 5. Wow. Oh, I'm not on this. Oh yeah. There I am. Okay. We get sound, Kelly. Good job.
If you go on the side, there'll be better place. Like over there, is that okay? Thank you.
Karen rocking the nice bag too. Wow, nice. Tom is such a gentleman, when it comes to taking people and just over extending the gratitude of coming here. That's so cool. I like that about Tom. Perfect doesn't even know the guy, but wants to get to know the guy. You know what I mean? Now, when Flip comes up, I'm told to when Flip comes up, we get roll. He wants to stay in the south end. He doesn't want to stay anybody other than Robbie Parker. Maybe even the Four Seasons. I'm not sure yet, but I'll be with them. We're gonna rent the suite.
Please enter the meeting passcode.
We're gonna do live streams from in town Boston.
The meeting as an attendee and will be muted throughout the meeting.
Yeah, Tom just took. Hopefully, he asked about Joe Burrows.
You are unmuted. You are muted.
Did Liza get a haircut? I don't know. It looks a little shorter. Flip.
Silas Bank. I got an email from Mark saying what the name said.
Oh yeah, we're gonna rent the whole suite out and stuff. It'll be it's gonna be like rush week for a college fraternity, so it'll be like Barstool Sports. You just come, hang out, watch the trial. We're gonna live stream with all the content creators in there. Just fucking rip it up, party all night, no sleep. Go to the brothels. That's a great picture right there. Look at that. Oh,
Nope, has to be up. Till we get going, then you can put it on.
oh, geez, bro, come on. See, they're already starting with the bullshit. Yeah, so there will be if you want to come to the suite lockdown when Flipper heads here, it's $50 to enter. It's one-time pay though. It's like Flip, you're fucking out of your mind, dude. We will have a jacuzzi in the room. Yes, we're gonna block up a whole corner of the hotel room. There's only 2 hotels in Boston that have pools. There's one in the city that has one on the deck, and there's one called the Verb, which is right near Fenway. We could go over there, but it's not as nice. But it's gonna be crazy couple days whenever he decides to come. And he knows I promised him already. So as long as it's not late April, I'm going away in late April. I'm going away for a couple days for a weekend. But other than that, I'm good to go.
Yeah.
The Joey Bagel and Sarah Levinson stand. Fucking Flip. Oh my god, you kill me, dude. So what does anybody know the exact amount? Is the Glare still sleeping? He might be. He was up late last night, I would imagine, right? Yeah, everybody wants to meet Flipper. How much money did we raise yesterday for the Glare? I see a post, so he's up. Okay. I wonder what we raised yesterday. Someone said 22 grand. If that's the case, man. So I logged on. It was $2,700, and then after that, I went to 23. Close 23. Wow, close to 23. 22.6. Wow. I mean, after I got off, Karen came on, and Bettero was on. Esty and Glare, which was unbelievable. And the Glares, Bettero stayed on for a while. Karen was on and then Olivia Lambo came on for a couple hours. Who was up there? I don't want to forget anybody's names. A couple of other good people. Oh my god, Mazza, obviously. The girl's name was it Britt Happens? Is that the name? Yeah. How much was equestrian? That's a good question. How much was raised for the Bruins tickets raffle? I don't know the exact number. That's a great question, equestrian. I will find out for you when Tommy checks in from lunch. Yeah, no time off, Super Squirrel. I know, huh? It's like Tom and I do 5 days a week plus whatever. I'll go on Brian or Mikey or the Glare yesterday. The Glare's fun. He said yesterday, it was funny. He's like, I really don't run my channel like other people do. I really kind of let it fucking go. I'm kind of the same way. I'm like, yeah. Nan, Nurse Kim, Gonzo. Okay, so there are all kinds of people on that. So I fell asleep, man. I fell asleep. That's just how I roll. I get up early with the dogs and stuff. Yeah, Olivia Nile is a wealth of knowledge. She was great.
All persons
908.
have before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in the County of Norfolk. Join me in, give your attendance, you shall be heard. I'll take the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. The court is now open. You may be seated.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can a counsel identify themselves, starting with the Commonwealth?
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Morning, Your Honor. Adam Miley, the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Hank Brennan for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Mr. Brennan.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson from the street.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. Robert Alessi on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Alessi.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Unetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Giannetti. All right, so we have a lot to cover, but what I'm going to start with is a decision on the Commonwealth's motion to exclude employees of ARCA. So I think I told counsel before that I had reviewed. So first we had full hearing from counsel. I heard from the lawyers. I heard from Mr. Alessi on behalf of the lawyers. I've read the transcripts. I've listened to the sidebar conference and read that transcript. and I've certainly read the pleadings. So based on all the evidence, I conclude that there has not been the candor required of all lawyers has not been demonstrated here. I find that there have been repeated misrepresentations made to the court by defense counsel, and I conclude that they were deliberate concerning the relationship with the ARCA witnesses. They were made at sidebar, in open court, and in pleadings. And I think the record is pretty clear, and I find that on July 25th, 2024, payment was made to the ARCA witnesses. Yet on February 26, 2025, in a pleading written by Ms. Little, signed by all three defense counsel, says the Commonwealth's motion to exclude these exculpatory expert witnesses, ARCA witnesses, who were not hired or paid for by the defense, is not made in good faith and is a desperate and transparent attempt to keep exculpatory testimony of neutral expert witnesses from reaching the jury in this case. The next page. Ironically, the Commonwealth accuses the defendant of failing to comply with her discovery obligations while conceding that the information is not in her care, custody, or control. Moreover, here, the defense has gone above and beyond its reciprocal discovery obligations and has already satisfied all of its mandatory discovery obligations under Rule 14 and turned over all additional information in the control and custody of the defense relating to the ARCA witnesses as ordered by the court. So I find or conclude that that was a material misrepresentation and that it was deliberate. So I find that there is a flagrant violation of the Rule 14 obligations. And before I decide which sanctions are appropriate, I need to see defense counsel and Ms. Reed at sidebar. I'm going to ask that the Commonwealth remain where they are. I'm going to seal this sidebar, but I need to have a colloquy with Ms. Reed before I figure out exactly what I'm going to do here. So.
No fucking way. Are you fucking kidding me right now? What the fuck is wrong with her? What the fuck? I'm speechless. Please come back with a favorable. This is crazy. Again, right? You think you're gonna see one thing, and you completely are just flabbergasted about the talking about it, the actual suggestion that there was a Rule 14 violation here. This is absolutely corrupt, deliberate, Kelly, and corrupt. She is fighting this with one hand behind her back. This is fucked. Sorry for my French, guys, but I'm losing my shit right now. And she's going to remove Alan Jackson, Lola? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Thanks for the $2, by the way. Let me tell you something. Bev is a puppet. She's being told what to do. There's no way that critical thinking like this. This is, oh my, how can you stop? a blatant misrepresentation. Are you Alan Jackson would do this on? He would blow this trial for this? Are you kidding me? Stop it! Stop it! You know, the next thing that's going to happen today is fucking Turtle Boy's going to get fucking cuffed. That's, you know what? You know what? I'll lose my shit. Yes, Dan, the inverted video. Well, I mean, come on.
All right. So there's no greater constitutional right than the defendant's right to a fair trial, including a fair and impartial jury, the right to present a defense and confront witnesses, and the right to counsel, which includes counsel of her choice. So I've just had a thorough colloquy with Ms. Reed. I believe it was extensive and thorough, and she has expressed to me a strong desire to continue with her lawyers. Ms. Giannetti, is Mr. Jackson lead counsel? I just want to make the record clear. Mr. Jackson, are you lead counsel?
We don't define our roles in such a manner, Your Honor.
Okay, so because Mr. Giannetti is not pro hoc vice counsel, and Mr. Giannetti can try this case if need be by himself. All right. But Ms. Reed does have a strong desire to keep all of her lawyers, notwithstanding the Rule 14 violation and the apparent lack of candor, the findings and rulings I've made. So based on that, I am not going to revoke pro hoc vice licenses. I don't expect to have to address this again. Candor with the court is essential. It's the bedrock obligation of all lawyers who appear in this court and all courts in Massachusetts. A lawyer is only as good as his or her word, and I need to be able to take counsel at their word. So I'm not going to tolerate false statements, any stretching of the truth, no misleading distortions. There's no place for that in the courtroom. And Mr. Jackson, you stated this very eloquently in your closing argument last time. So, Commonwealth, I am denying your motion to exclude the ARCA witnesses. Those witnesses can testify as long as counsel complies with their reciprocal discovery obligations. I will allow a full cross-examination, Mr. Brennan, and I will review any proposed curative instructions, limiting instructions, or final jury instructions. So that's my ruling on that. So we'll move on to Mr. Lessie. You didn't have a chance last time on the motion to exclude the testimony of Dr. Wolf. So I'll hear you on that.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. The proposed testimony supported by the Commonwealth of Dr. Wolf should be stricken in its entirety. The subject matter of Dr. Wolf's purported testimony by his own report and the Commonwealth's own motion is that Dr. Wolf will testify, is proposed to testify as to the cause and the manner of death of the decedent. That is the subject matter of the testimony. And as the court is well aware, in order for Dr. Wolf to be able to make testimony with regard to that subject matter, he has to demonstrate, and the Commonwealth has the burden of proof by a preponderance of the evidence, to demonstrate that he's qualified, prong one, and two, that the methodology is reliable, and specifically either that the methodology is commonly accepted in the relevant medical community, or that the proposed testimony can satisfy the 5 non-exhaustive factors of Daubert-Lanigan. The entire motion, papers, and supporting documentation fail to even allege that the methodology is generally accepted in the scientific community. It's not alleged, let alone demonstrated. In terms of his qualifications, it is essentially Hornbook law that to testify about the manner of death, as opposed to causation, is cause of death, you need to be a medical examiner, a forensic pathologist, or both. Conceitedly, Dr. Wolf is not a forensic pathologist and he's not a medical examiner. So I'm going to just put aside for the moment the cause of death. I want to speak specific because he's got to be able to show both, because he's opining about both. So there is no demonstration in the record that is before Your Honor as to how Dr. Wolf is qualified to talk about the manner of death. Dr. Wolf invokes a terminology called mechanism of injury. That's the closest he comes to talking about manner of death. And specifically in his report, which is Exhibit A to our motion, the entirety of his opinion is in that exhibit, NDA 02801. It is a mere 15 lines, 1 paragraph. And the applicable aspects of that paragraph is he says the following: based on the findings of his autopsy, his being the decedent's, it is clear that the mechanism of injury was a fall backwards, resulting in not only the basilar or skull fracture, but also a subarachnoid hemorrhage and contusions consistent with a coupe contra coupe mechanism. Mechanism of injury is not at all probative or even relative to cause of death. We're not talking about an injury here. We're talking about the manner of death. And mechanism of injury doesn't satisfy it. But the point first, Your Honor, is he's not qualified because he is a neurologist. His CV makes it very clear he's a neurologist, and his focus of his practice, by his own words, is based upon the precise invocation of radiation to treat incurable cancer. That's what his specialty is. That's what he currently does. So in terms of qualifications to talk about manner of death, he doesn't state the manner word, but he uses mechanism. He doesn't state mechanism of death. He states mechanism of injury, and mechanism of injury is irrelevant. So on qualification prong, Your Honor, it is completely lacking in the record that he is qualified. It's not enough to say you're a neurologist and head of neurology at a certain center. And this is juxtaposed next to the fact that the Commonwealth, the autopsy, which is very clear that those that are qualified, Dr. Stonebridge and Dr. Scorti-Bello. Dr. Stonebridge didn't even venture into the manner of death at all, didn't comment on it. Dr. Scorti-Bello, who is a medical examiner and who is board certified in pathology, she concluded that the manner of death was undetermined. So here you have the juxtaposition of a medical examiner qualified to render opinions in those areas, saying the cause of death is undetermined, and you have an unqualified neurologist not speaking to manner, but speaking to mechanism of injury. So in terms of the paragraph that I was just citing in his finding, it says, based on the findings of his autopsy, it is clear that the mechanism of injury was a fall backwards, resulting not only, et cetera, and then he goes on to say the head injury was clearly inconsistent with any type of mechanism of injury, such as a bat, hammer, or a car hitting him directly. Then what he goes on to further to go beyond his qualifications, he says the frozen ground was enough that when Mr. O'Keefe fell backwards, his injuries were sustained. Where is the support that Mr. O'Keefe fell backwards? A neurologist can't determine that is a manner of death. He provides zero bases, zero, for his conclusion that Mr. O'Keefe fell backwards. Where is that? And it's also not in the autopsy. And with regard to his qualifications to determine whether the ground was frozen, I covered that with regard to Mr. Gilman. You need to be a podologist. You need to know something about soil. He doesn't even begin to state how he concluded the ground was frozen. He wasn't there on the date of the incident. So there's no basis for that, but that is part of his opinion and methodology. And now to leaving his lack of qualifications, where is the citation to any study, any acceptance of how Dr. Wolf has come to his conclusions? There's nothing there. And this, Your Honor, is become a pattern of the Commonwealth where they put forth witnesses and they don't tether the methodology, if you can discern it, to common acceptance or the Dalbert-Lanigan factors. So in terms of both prongs, Dr. Wolf fails because the Commonwealth has not even begun to meet its burden. I would like to also reference what we just received last night, which is an article that was co-authored by Dr. Wolf. And I want to note and this is fractures of the classification and clinical features. This is 35 years old, and it is notable both for what it doesn't say and what it does say. First, what this article doesn't do is it doesn't talk about how one determines what a mechanism of injury is. So I'm even going to assume for the moment the parlance of Dr. Wolf, mechanism of injury. And if Your Honor would look at, please, page 593 of the study. And it's basically a meta study. They went back and looked at a lot of data and information, but it says under results, second paragraph, the mechanisms of injury were similar for all three fracture types. Motor vehicle and motorcycle accidents were the most common mechanisms, accounting for 47%. And then it goes on and it says 3 patients were victims of falls. But what this article stands for is that those were all known mechanisms of injury. It was determined before this study even occurred what the mechanism was. This study is not how does one determine when it's unknown what the mechanism of injury is with regard to a decedent. And that feeds back into the lack of qualifications of Dr. Wolf, because we're not given one example of where Dr. Wolf, before his report, his 1-paragraph report on conclusions, of when he's ever done this before. It's not stated that he's ever taken a decedent and determined the manner of death. And I note that this study talks about mechanisms of injury, which scientifically is completely different from manner of death. And what it appears the Commonwealth is trying to do is to back into manner of death through the parlance of mechanism of injury. And that is not at all probative of manner of death. And lastly, this study only stands for the proposition of mechanism of injury. What they looked at is once the injury occurred,
what were the mechanisms that were occurring through the brain? What happened inside of the brain that led to the various injuries? So this study doesn't at all, one, support any methodology, number one. It doesn't stand at all that this is the methodology for how one determines in a decedent what was the cause, because the cause of the injury was already determined going into the study. And it also doesn't state anything about the paragraph that Dr. Wolf has explicated in his report. And I will conclude with 2 points. Dr. Wolf says, based on the findings of his autopsy, it is clear. Well, the autopsy doesn't come to any conclusion on manner of death. The autopsy doesn't speak to mechanism of injury. So it is a non sequitur, Your Honor, to say that based on the findings of his autopsy. And we know from Dalbert Lanigan, you've got to apply your methodology to the facts and evidence in the case. And the only facts and evidence that Dr. Wolf uses, by his own words, is the autopsy, which doesn't support at all what he is stating in his report. The second and last point, Your Honor, is that it is not sufficient in the case law in Massachusetts. It's not sufficient under 702 for someone simply to come in and say, I'm a neurologist, I therefore know the brain, and then take the leap from that foundation into a conclusion with regard to manner of death. So in sum, Your Honor, he's not a medical examiner, he's not a forensic pathologist, he has not stated any experience whatsoever in doing what he's doing here, meaning to determine the manner of death of a decedent. And his methodology is completely unsupported. We only have one article, and I've gone through why that article is insufficient. So we would request, Your Honor, and urge the court to exclude Dr. Wolf from testifying in matters beyond his kin. And in the alternative, we would request an evidentiary hearing, because we and the defendant has a constitutional right to cross-examination. And this is the same with Mr. Gilman. It's the same with other experts, where there is no statement of the methodology, as here, there's none, and there's no tethering to a study. And how is it that one can cross-examine a witness that doesn't even begin to approach the two prongs of the Daubert inquiry?
All right, thank you. Mr. Brennan.
May I?
Please.
Attorney Lessie mistakenly misstates Dr. Wolf's credentials. Dr. Wolf is not a neurologist, he's a neurosurgeon. He's not simply a neurosurgeon, and it's not that he's a renowned neurosurgeon, but he has over 35 years of experience as a neurosurgeon. In addition to his opinion, you can see that Dr. Wolf has an extraordinary history of experience as a neurosurgeon. His CV is attached. In his internships as a neurosurgeon, he engages in an internship in pathology, neuropathology. We can see from his major research interests includes treatment of head injury, spinal cord injury. Dr. Wolf was the leader and director of the Miami Neuroscience Center for 17 years, from 1993 to 2011, the busiest neuroscience center in the country. He has treated tens and thousands of patients with head injuries, surgeries. His professional memberships are too long to list. Page 3 of his resume. His research is broad and precise and specific to head injuries. We can see in his research listed on page 4, he's a principal investigator in THAM treatment of brain tissue, acidosis in severely injured patients, principal investigator, PEG, SOD in severe head injury, improving outcomes in severe head injury, PEG, SOD, also principal investigator, IRB protocol, brain pathology. He is well published. His book chapters that he listed anyways, list 16, many of them dealing specifically with head injury and brain injury. Book chapters include head injury and difficult medical management, pediatric neurosurgical emergencies, complication of head injuries in adults, imaging of craniocerebral trauma, imaging and trauma and critical care, emergency room assessment of head injury patients, intracranial injuries. He has numerous journal articles, a slew of them specific to head injuries. Intracranial pressure, number 2 on his journal articles. Initial management of brain and spinal cord injuries, number 9. Number 16, which is the document that I produced to counsel last night, listed in his journal articles, number 16. Fractures of the clivus, classifications and clinical features. His journal articles are numerous, too numerous to go through, but you can see that he is well published, over 70 articles. Presentations specifically on fractures, basal type injuries, number 5 on page 13. Number 9, neurosurgical management of traumatic brain injury. Number 10, acute head injury. And the list goes on. Over 90 references. Lectures and meetings, many of them dealing with head injuries. Over 100 lectures listed for reference, actually over 130, and a number of web publications. So this neurosurgeon who has this extraordinary experience is qualified. The ability to testify about head injuries and medical diagnosis and cause of death is not limited to a pathologist. In fact, I would suggest that the experience of Dr. Wolf is far superior to any pathologist. The difference is a pathologist treats patients that are already dead. Dr. Wolf treats patients that are in trauma, who some survive and many die. So he is intimately familiar, not just with looking at a deceased in a lab, he's intimately familiar with assessing the injuries after they occur, diagnosing what the injury is, and an attempt to save the person's life. And so he's well attuned after tens of thousands of surgeries to understand the causation of a brain injury and what causes death. Looking at Dr. Wolf's report, although short, it is clear that the injury that was occurred by Mr. O'Keefe was an injury known as counter-coup. And I dare say the defense proposed expert, Dr. La Posada, is not in disagreement with that. To understand counter-coup, it occurs from a fall backwards on the ground. It can't occur from a bat or a punch or hit. There's not enough force. It occurs when the back of the head hits the ground and then the brain shifts to the front of the head. That is what the autopsy reports show. It may be that the medical examiner for the Commonwealth didn't have the same level of experience and didn't diagnose it, but this expert does have that expertise, and it is no different than the pathologist that's proffered by the defense. The periorbital ecchymosis that is directly related to the basal fracture, the swelling around the eyes, no different than Dr. LaPosada's opinion, exactly the same. One thing he doesn't say is that the body was moved. There was no evidence or information for that. He doesn't extend himself as a detective or put in unplausible theories in his proposed testimony. He is intimately familiar with countercoup, having treated tens of thousands of patients, and he understands in countercoup how it can lead to suffocation at the top of the spinal cord. And so his opinion is clearly supported by his extraordinary experience, his writings, his history. It can't be that his ultimate conclusions of countercoup and ecchymosis, periorbital ecchymosis, is in dispute. It seems that the defense simply prefers the original medical examiner for the Commonwealth. But we expect to call Dr. Wolf, and I would suggest that he's more than qualified.
All right, thank you. Mr. Ellis, anything final?
Yes, thank you, Ron. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Your Honor, I'm going to note what Attorney Brennan did not state. He did not address at all how the methodology, to the extent it's discernible of Dr. Wolf, is commonly accepted or it satisfies any of the Daubert factors. And that is the fatal aspect of Dr. Wolf's opinion. It's not stated. You have to have either common acceptance or satisfaction of the 5 non-exhaustive Daubert factors. It wasn't addressed, and I think it's reasonable to conclude that it wasn't addressed because it doesn't exist. That alone dooms Dr. Wolf's opinions. I will stipulate, for purposes of this argument only, the cause of death prong. Let's assume, just for purposes, just to focus on manner of death, let's assume hypothetically that Dr. Wolf is qualified to testify about cause of death. Mr. Brennan did not address at all his qualifications to discuss and opine on manner of death. And that is the distinction I emphasize, Your Honor. Manner of death, he has not stated one qualification on manner of death. So the defense urges the court to draw the distinction, to limit his testimony to cause of death, not manner of death, because we know, and we cited the Graham article, which is attached to our motion, which specifies who is qualified to talk about manner of death. Because what does manner of death do? It takes into account all the circumstances surrounding the crime investigation. That's what medical examiners and forensic pathologists are qualified to do. Attorney Brennan cited that in his CV, there's a reference to an internship in pathology. I looked, I didn't see it, but let's assume that it exists. Let's assume he has an internship in pathology. That does not qualify him to engage in manner of death 40 years later without any experience from that internship all the way until 2025. Lastly, Attorney Brennan goes through numerous studies, and I appreciate that he did, because the CV is almost endless with meetings, presentations. There's 4 peer-reviewed articles. That's it. 4 peer-reviewed of Dr. Wolf. None of them address or come close to the topic that he's talking about. My last point is this with regard to Dr. Wolf's qualifications and what his practice has been. And Attorney Brennan concedes it. by his own words. He said cause of injury. And again, for purposes of this argument only, I will concede cause of injury, but manner of death was not addressed by Attorney Brennan. It's not addressed in any of the qualifications of Dr. Wolf, and it's not addressed in terms of the one paragraph that we have. And for something as significant as this, one paragraph that doesn't address common acceptance, methodology, Dalbert factors, Your Honor, I don't know how a record is even begun to be established for him to be qualified or to opine on manner of death. So we would urge Your Honor to find that he is not qualified to testify about manner of death, that mechanism of injury cannot be manner of death, and that he be so limited to the extent the court desires and concludes that he has some relevance here. But in terms of all of the record that's presented, including the CV, etc., there's not one instance where we see that Dr. Wolf has even approached determining cause of death or manner of death at all. So I don't see where there's a record to find him being able to do that for the first time in charges of this nature. Thank you.
Okay. Do you want to respond at all, Mr. Brennan?
At some point, arguments become semantical and theoretical, but not practical. This doctor has treated thousands and thousands of patients, many, unfortunately, which have died. And as a neurosurgeon, engaging in the operations in the study of the brain and the patients, it is obvious that the neurosurgeon would understand and appreciate why his patients are dying, because that is part of the study of trying to save them. So for him to reduce on a piece of paper that the manner of death is based on my thousands and thousands of patients and my years and decades of experience, seeing firsthand many of these patients I cared for or tried to help died, and this is why. Technically, he could do that if that satisfied Mr. Alisi, but that is so unnecessary because it's obvious. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so we have a series of motions in limine. I'm going to start with defendant's motion to present the demonstrative exhibit on Christina Hanley's testimony. It's paper 558. Is there an objection from the Commonwealth on this?
There is an objection.
All right, so I'll hear the defense on this motion.
Thank you, Your Honor, if I may. This is a relatively straightforward and relatively short.
I have a question. Did you use this last time? It looks like
we attempted to use it. We had it last time. It was shown to the witness, but it was not allowed to be introduced. And all we're asking is for that next step, that it be introduced into evidence.
Did she adopt it? Was there? Okay.
She did indicate, and that's part of my argument, Your Honor, which
So I'll go ahead. I'll hear you.
I'll truncate it. It's a relatively simple request. We just want to use the chalk that was prepared in the first trial. No dissimilarity there. It was disallowed for use by the defense to be actually used, to be admitted, but it was shown to the witness. It was not shown to the jurors. The evidence, as the court will recall.
So let me just have, so you're just trying to use it as a chalk, not an exhibit?
No, we would ask that it be used as a chalk and an exhibit that's introduced. I'll take the chalk if the court wants to break it into two different pillars, but we believe that once the witness, and I anticipate based on her prior testimony that she would adopt it one more time for its authenticity or its accuracy, I should say, that it be used as an actual exhibit that goes back with the jury just for their help. The court will remember it's a very complicated.
So let me just, with that, if I allow it as a chalk, is there an objection from the Commonwealth?
There'd be a partial objection to a chalk, some of the labeling. I have less concern of a chalk as I do an exhibit.
I mean, so we can take it in two steps. I certainly don't need to decide now whether it's admissible, and I couldn't. But what's the nature? Is this something?
The court will call this. This deals with glass. Christina Hanley spoke at length about her analysis of pieces of glass, other materials as well, but specifically as it relates to the glass, there were more than a dozen pieces of glass that she testified to. They were variously found in different places at different times by different people, and they're assigned a relatively complicated set of numbers that she utilized in her analysis.
And this is what you explained to me was the 47 pieces of glass that I asked you about last time,
No,
right?
this is more attendant to the glass in the bumper.
Okay.
The glass in the bumper, the glass that was found at 34 Fairview, as opposed to the lens material that were the 47 pieces.
Okay.
These were a bunch of pieces of glass that were originally that originated from multiple sources. Some matched each other, some did not match anything else. Some were from the same source, some were from multiple sources and different and distinct between and among each other. We reduced the very complex, the court may remember she talked about 7.14-B matched or didn't match 7.13-C, and it was very numerical and very difficult. It was difficult for me to follow. It was even difficult for the witness to follow because she continually had to resort to her own report as she tried to maintain her accuracy. So
Do you have the day of her testimony?
Oh gosh.
Ms. Little, do you have that transcript pulled up?
Yes, one moment.
So obviously, I remember her testifying. I remember seeing this previously.
I've got it. June 5th, 2024, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Little. The court will recall, and I think it's clocking with the court's memory, that we did use the demonstrative aid. We walked up to Ms. Hanley. We showed it to her on the witness stand, and she did adopt it. And she indicated that once she studied it, it was in line exactly with her testimony. It's an accurate visual representation of that evidence, and it just makes it a lot easier for the jurors to find some sort of linear logic to the evidence, what matched what and what didn't. And all we're asking is that we'll use the same aid, the exact same aid that we did last time, and just ask that it be used as not only a chalk, as Mr. Brennan said, he may have a slight objection to that, but also we would ask for the next step, which the court doesn't have to decide now. I think waiting on Ms. Hanley's testimony would be apropos, and then we'll ask for its admission at the right time.
All right. What's the objection, Mr. Brennan?
This witness has a report, and a report is not admissible and can't be shown to the jury. And so to have the defense summarize her testimony when she's not allowed to put her report in herself seems a bit imbalanced. There are references on this potential chalk that lists troopers' names. Those names shouldn't be on there, but also it doesn't give the full picture of the actual testimony. The issue regarding glass, I expect, is going to be a issue in the next case. And I say that because we learned last night for the first time on a public airing of an episode that the defendant suggests that Mr. O'Keefe took her vodka soda glass out of her car. Now, that is the first time we've had any statements from Ms. Reed suggesting that. And also, there was another statement regarding a claim that Ms. Reed pulled glass from John O'Keefe's face. Never heard that before. So we have this evolving or new testimony, or statement rather, statements about glass. And so I think first, I'd like to consider this new information that we just learned last night. And secondly, I am reluctant to agree to a simple summary of part of the witness's testimony that has not only labels on it, but does not, from my perspective, clarify anything. I'm not opposed to chalks. I think chalks are helpful for both sides. And I think the liberal use of chalks is helpful. But I don't have confidence this chalk accurately summarizes the witness's testimony. I'm open to discussing chalks with the defense and perhaps learning why they think this is helpful and important, but looking at this chalk, it does not look clear to me. And I do think that the evolving nature of glass in this case is going to be an issue. And since I've just learned this information, I want to give it some thought.
All right, so Mr. Jackson, what I'm going to do is just hold off and see where the evidence is, what the two of you talk about. Maybe there's some agreement you can come up with regarding this. I need to hear more of the evidence
I
again.
understand,
And I'm going to read the transcript, so that will help me with
I think
this.
it makes sense. Mr. Brennan indicates that the chalk was not helpful to him. With all due respect to Mr. Brennan, it's not really his understanding of the chalk that is going to sort of seize the day. It's Ms. Hanley. So I do think that if the court would keep an open mind,
Sure.
Ms. Hanley testifies, then that would be the appropriate sign.
So I'll take no action on this, and maybe it's something we can address the day before she testifies or something as it gets closer.
Sure.
But the two of you should talk.
Sure.
I'm open to working with them if there's something they want to explain.
All right, great. Thank you. All right, so no action taken on paper 558. So one question, the next motion I have is defendant's motion to exclude irrelevant, inadmissible and prejudicial prior bad character and propensity evidence. The Commonwealth has a sort of maybe a similar one that I'm not sure. The Commonwealth's motion eliminate to admit the victim's out-of-court statement relating to his state of mind. So the Commonwealth's Binns and Qualls motion, does that address the Aruba witnesses? I'm just wondering if they're hand in hand. So the paper number on the Commonwealth is 585. It's got your 11 on it, though. So the defendant's motion eliminate to exclude irrelevant, inadmissible, and prejudicial prior bad character and propensity evidence. It deals with the, let's just say the Aruba witnesses. I don't, Marietta Sullivan, Laura Sullivan. Does this, Ms. Giannetti, I think this was one filed by you, maybe it wasn't. Does this include the children as well?
This does not. This is
Okay.
limited. This argument will be limited to we'll call it the Aruba incident.
Okay. All right. So given that, that might not include the Commonwealth's number 11, the Qualls, Binns, the defendant's statement, the victim's state of mind as it goes to the defendant's knowledge and ability, likelihood to act on that state of mind.
The defendant.
So I just want.
I didn't mean to interrupt, Mr. Brennan. Do you want to?
So I just want to know if that is part of the Aruba one.
Okay.
So our statement relating to Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind is broad. It would have included the Aruba, but I can make quick work of this. We do not intend to introduce evidence about the Aruba event.
Okay.
I reserve the right if the defense opens the door, then we may proceed with it. But in our case in chief, we don't intend to introduce any evidence from the Aruba event.
Okay. There we go. All right. All right. So Mr. Brennan, you can have a seat again and we'll go through the defendant's one. That's very helpful. So I will endorse it as Commonwealth does not intend to introduce in its case in chief. If that changes, Mr. Brennan, you need to come to sidebar well in advance, okay? After telling counsel.
Understood. Thank
All
you.
right. All right, so that was 559. The defendant's motion eliminate for review. Is the Commonwealth seeking a view as well?
We did not move for a view, but we do not object if the defense wants a view.
Okay. So who's going to argue this for the defendant?
I am, Your Honor.
Okay, so what's different this time around is you're asking that Ms. Reed be permitted to attend.
Yes, Your Honor.
So I'll hear you.
Your Honor, the defense is requesting that it exercise its broad discretionary powers to allow a view under Massachusetts General Law 234A.
So I'll allow a view.
Okay.
Okay, but let's talk about your client attending it.
Yes, Your Honor. There was a request in there for Ms. Reed to attend. That is something that's allowed under the law.
How do you propose that's done?
If it's possible to have separate arrangements for her to be there, vis-a-vis some other transportation so that they're not all on the same bus. If the court can make that accommodation, we would appreciate it. But the most important thing in this case, Your Honor, is that there be a view of both the vehicle and 34 Fairview Road.
All right, so the Commonwealth's not objecting to a view of the vehicle and 34 Fairview, correct?
I'm not, but I do not think the vehicle should be at 34 Fairview.
Okay, what are you proposing for that?
We could make arrangements and make suggestions, but it's not going to replicate the circumstances of that evening. And so it creates an image that is inaccurate. So I do not think that the vehicle should be sitting in front of that home in totally different lighting conditions, timing conditions. And I think it can be misleading.
All right, I need some suggestions. Why don't we table this for a bit, even if we do this one tomorrow? So one of the concerns I have about just logistically, people have to stay away. When Ms. Reed's in court, there are a lot of people who come to court. So I need some assurances that there will be people kept at quite a distance. A separate car is fine. Would counsel plan on being in the car with her?
That would be fine, Your Honor.
So I need some proposal. So I need more information from both. So Mr. Brennan, I'd like you to come up with a proposal about viewing the car, a separate place or a separate time. It would be ideal if we could do it at the same time, but at a separate place. If that's what we decide, we may have to do it all at once.
I do think it's important, Your Honor, that the vehicle be at the scene just for dimension purposes so that the jury can get a sense of what it would have looked like at the scene. And I think just for convenience purposes, it saves a lot of coordination on the court's part and in terms of juror time by having it all happen in one fell swoop.
Okay. All right. So let's try and figure out some of the particulars. I would like to have Ms. Reed be able to attend. So let's figure out some particulars. All right, so defendant's motion limited to exclude certain witnesses before and after testimony. That's 462. And I think we can address the Commonwealth's motion for sequestration that moves to exempt family members at the same time. So who's arguing? 562. Did I say 4? Sorry. 562 and 576. So Ms. Little?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm handling the motion to exclude certain witnesses. The court has broad discretionary power to sequester witnesses before, after, and during their testimony under Massachusetts Rule of Criminal Procedure 21. The defense respectfully requests that this court issue an order for sequestration in keeping with what the Commonwealth also requested. But additionally, excluding Brian Higgins and members of the Albert and McCabe families after they testify.
So do you mean after the evidence is closed?
I mean, after they've taken the stand.
So after they've taken the stand, but so witnesses are sequestered not to influence any testimony. So once the evidence is closed, just before closing arguments, are you saying they should not be permitted to come into the court for closing arguments?
Yes.
Focus on that part of your motion.
Yes, Your Honor. We're asking that they not be able to attend closing arguments, and this is why. As the court likely recalls, at the first trial, members of the Albert and McCabe families continued to attend court after their testimony. During closing arguments, Colin Albert, Ryan Albert, and Jennifer McCabe were all seated in the jury box with the O'Keefe family. At least one juror who was seated in this case indicated to a reporter at Vanity Fair that she felt intimidated by their presence at closing arguments. Your Honor, a sitting juror reporting feeling intimidated by the presence of third-party culprits towards the close of the case is highly concerning.
Was this a deliberating juror?
I don't know. She was, or he or she was anonymous.
Okay.
And Your Honor, that was by design. There is information that the Massachusetts State Police and the District Attorney's Office wanted to have the third-party culprits seated there during closing arguments. And so on that basis, the defense is requesting, in order to protect there from being any sort of undue influence or intimidation, or even just the potential that a juror might feel that way, as we know at least one did in this case, we're asking that they be sequestered after their testimony and during closing arguments.
What's your position on the Commonwealth's motion to exclude the family members of both the defendant and the victim?
I believe that the sequestration order, yes, we join in that request.
Okay.
The only exception I would note is that experts should be able to obviously watch other expert testimony that deals with their.
All right. So obviously is not something, it should be in a motion. Okay. If you've got an agreement that each other's experts can be in the courtroom during the testimony, that's one thing, but it's not obvious that they're permitted. Okay.
I just wanted to make sure that that would be excluded from the order that the Commonwealth proposed. Because the way that they wrote it, it says all witnesses. And I'm guessing that, and I won't speak for Mr. Brennan, but I'm guessing that they will want their experts to watch our experts and vice versa.
All right. So you all need to talk. All right. And if there's a disagreement, you need to put it in writing. Generally, experts are permitted, but it's not a given. Okay. All right, Mr. Brennan, do you want to weigh in on people being able to, I'm concerned about after the evidence is closed.
I think it's unfortunate that not only a time-honored tradition, but an entitlement for a witness after the evidence is closed to come into the closing and watch the closing. The defense tries to take an opportunity to provide an unsolicited bashing on their targets. They name Higgins, Albert, they invoke those names, they characterize third-party culprit, and they suggest that some anonymous person was uncomfortable. It seems as though the presentation has a deliberate point to promote a cause, but it doesn't have any sense of balance or fairness whatsoever. Witnesses, all witnesses from either side should be able to come into a courtroom after the evidence is closed, the sequestration order has ended, and watch a closing. Grace can be offered in these circumstances sometimes, and that's what I've tried to do in my motion. Ms. Reed has 3 potential family members who are potential witnesses for the government. And certainly I would have a right to try to ask the court or insist that they should be sequestered. But I've specifically asked that they not be sequestered. I think that an accused has a strong need to have family support in the courtroom. It's not in the benefit of the government or the Commonwealth, but it's fair, it's just, it's graceful. And I think that Ms. Reed's family should sit through the court testimony, even if they're called as witnesses, as should Mr. O'Keefe's immediate family. The idea that witnesses should not come in after a evidence rests and during a closing, not only does it seem quite unfair, it doesn't seem to have any basis in law, in justness, in courtesy. And so I ask you to deny the idea that these targets of the defense should not be able to attend the closing. But I do ask you to endorse my motion that would allow family members to have the benefit to sit through the court proceedings, even if they may or even if they do become witnesses.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I could
address one issue?
Sure.
There is some additional information. I was hoping we might be able to address sidebar because it is subject to a protective order, but I would like to make a record.
Man, this is good shit right here going on, man. Chat is going crazy. I love it, guys. You guys are doing great, man. Keep it going. Ellies are out of it. That makes me happy.
But I'll take a closer look at both of these and have something later. All right, so Ms. Giannetti, I think this next one might have been yours. I could be wrong again. Maybe it's just that you filed some. It's paper 565, defendant's motion eliminate to prohibit testimony regarding funds paid to experts for purposes of voir dire.
That's also mine, Your Honor.
Okay.
I believe the Commonwealth has indicated that they will agree to that.
Okay. All right, so paper 565, allowed by agreement. So 566, defendant's motion for panel voir dire. Who's arguing that?
That's me, Your Honor. Thank
Okay,
you.
so all I need you to really focus on, of course, I'll give attorney conducted voir dire, but why don't you focus on panel voir dire?
The request is pretty straightforward. We would maintain a categorical list of topics that is in line with the statute, previous experiences with the criminal legal system, characteristics of the case, including media attention, things of that nature, biases in favor of law enforcement or vice versa, personal beliefs about driving under the influence. We think that's attendant to this particular case in particular, involvement in any relationships involving domestic violence, involvement in motor vehicle crashes, those categorical issues, whether they've ever been victims of violent crime, and their general ability to be fair and impartial in light of Ms. Reed's constitutional rights to.
Okay, we covered all of that last time as well, right?
And that's exactly right. So we're not asking to change the categorical subject matter We just believe that a panel voir dire conducted, at least in part, with limitations, obviously, time limitations and subject matter limitations by the attorneys would be of great assistance to both counsel, both the Commonwealth and the defense, in determining jurors' ability to sit through an extensive trial, a complex trial, and something that's going to be obviously hotly contested. The chemistry between and among jurors is more borne out if there is at least a modicum of panel discussion between and among the jurors and counsel who will be handling the case on behalf of Ms. Reed and on behalf of the Commonwealth. We don't think that there's any prejudice to either side, certainly not to the Commonwealth, certainly not to us. I think all of us would benefit, including the court, would benefit from being able to impanel a fairer and more comprehensive jury.
Okay, what's the Commonwealth's position?
Of course, we defer to the court. However, we prefer a questionnaire. If we have a panel voir dire, there will be quite a bit of contest on the subject areas, the limitations, the parameters. I wouldn't say anticipate, but I worry that it will digress into trying to craft the argument, the direction of argument in a way that's favorable to each side's cause. And that really isn't the purpose of it, but that seems to happen in the limited times I've engaged in it. And so I think the questionnaire is more structured. It allows for all the different subject areas that are important to both sides. And I may misunderstand, but I think the court allows follow-up on questions where there is any inquiry or concern or follow-up that's reasonable and necessary. And I understand that that has been a liberal application, and I think that suffices.
The only thing I would say to that, if I may speak from here, the only thing I would say to that is I completely agree. I think a questionnaire is enormously helpful, especially as it pertains to a panel voir dire. And quite frankly, Your Honor, in my experience, and that's what we do where I'm from, is panel voir dire consistently. It's faster. It's actually much more efficient to do a panel voir dire than it is to do an individual voir dire. That's all I'll say about that.
So I'm a huge proponent of panel voir dire in the right case. My biggest concern here, frankly, if we didn't have the inordinate amount of publicity on this case so close to trial. I heard that there was something last night. It's been in the news, right? And it's continuing. It's because of that, I'm afraid it's just going to blow up the panels. So, and I have a lot of discretion here. I'm not going to allow panel voir dire. I will allow a robust, as I did last time, voir dire at sidebar. We're also on for final trial conference today and tomorrow. So I need a list of witnesses from the defense. I need you to fill out a report so that we know exactly what is still left that we have to deal with. And jury voir dire is a very important part of this. So I expect, as last time, to be able to use a questionnaire, but I want you to agree to it. And if you can't, I need that. You know, I need that by the end of today if you're not going to agree to it. Have you proposed a questionnaire? Have both sides talked about a questionnaire recently?
We haven't, but we do have the advantage. Both sides has the advantage of the one from last year. There may be some adjustments, but I think we can act on to start with.
So let's do that. And what Mr. Brennan's new to the case, what I need in a questionnaire is it has to be one page, both sides, no more than one page. At the end of our hearing tomorrow, I would like to talk about the particulars of it. We have a huge amount of jurors coming in, and I have some ideas on how we might best utilize that with the questionnaire, but I need to talk to counsel about that at the end of all these hearings today. All right, but just to be clear, no panel voir dire on this case, unfortunately, I think because of all the publicity. And we'll do extensive voir dire at sidebar and the questionnaire. So 566 then is denied because it's requesting panel voir dire. 567, defendant's motion for order prohibiting the Commonwealth and its agents from speaking with or having contact with any witnesses once they've taken the stand. So is there an objection to that, Mr. Brennan?
There's not. I believe that rule should apply to both sides. I have no objection.
Okay. Mr. Jackson, do you agree it applies to both sides? Ms. Little?
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so that, Mr. Clerk, 567 allowed as to both sides. $570, defendant's motion eliminate to exclude irrelevant, inadmissible, and prejudicial evidence regarding alleged harassment and/or intimidation of witnesses. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. The first trial, I'll note, was riddled with what we believe to be inadmissible and highly, highly prejudicial testimony from a bunch of witnesses who took the opportunity to describe harassment and distress that they felt from third parties, both on social media and otherwise. No third party, including any blogger, any social media personality, any member of the public, no third party speaks for Ms. Reed. No third party speaks for the defense. No third party acts on behalf of Ms. Reed, is directed by Ms. Reed or the defense, or is under Ms. Reed or the defense's control. None. There were very obviously vile acts that were described during the course of the first trial in these witnesses' testimony. To the extent that they did occur, they are obviously in no way condoned by the defense, by Ms. Reed, or anybody connected with the defense in this case. And they're in no way connected to Ms. Reed or the defense. And notwithstanding that, the witnesses strongly suggested that Ms. Reed and the defense itself were somehow responsible for these alleged and very reprehensible things that they were describing. In one notable instance, Jennifer McCabe recounted being harassed by a blogger. She didn't name the blogger, but she said, quote, "The defense is very familiar with this person," end quote. That was her trial testimony, and she looked right at the jurors when she said it. The very obvious overture was, "You know who this is, Mr. Jackson. I was the one cross-examining her, and you're responsible for it." In some way, shape, form, or fashion. She outright suggested to the jury that Ms. Reed and the defense were responsible for the acts that she went on to describe in great detail, in which we agreed, if they occurred, are vile, reprehensible, unacceptable. There are clearly, as we all know now, there are clearly people out there who are very deeply concerned about what they consider, the others, consider an unjust prosecution of an innocent person for a crime that she did not commit. There is an enormous amount of emotion injected throughout the community, this community and beyond, and we don't control that. And if people have suffered as a result of that, Ms. Reed very specifically should not be the one to have to bear that burden, and she did in the first trial. Those individuals out there who are emotional about the case, who are a proponent of one side or the other, they speak for themselves, they act for themselves, they act on their own accord. They certainly don't act at the direction of the defense or of Ms. Reed. And to allow these sort of what ultimately can only be described as salacious anecdotes into evidence, coupled with the sobbing and the crying and the breaking down on the witness stand, which also happened, it serves to visit an extreme and an extraordinary prejudice against Ms. Reed, very, very specifically and very targeted like a laser on her. And it's for conduct that's completely out of her control and completely unassociated with her. What may be most galling about the Commonwealth's presentation of this evidence in the first trial of witness intimidation was that they were in possession. They actually knew. Mr. Lally, Ms. McLaughlin, they knew at the time the information was presented and propounded in front of the jury that a grand jury had been impaneled to hear evidence on whether or not Ms. Reed was in any way liable for witness intimidation, witness harassment, or anything associated with that.
So the grand jury has a particular standard, right? Not any way, right? Probable cause standard,
that.
right? Okay.
But notwithstanding that standard, the question was she in any way liable for that harassment and intimidation. And that standard is extremely low. We all know the ham sandwich anecdote. And even the grand jury said, no, there is absolutely nothing to see here. There is no evidence that she was responsible for intimidation or harassment such that they determined that there was a no bill. And what is bothersome is that the Commonwealth was aware of that and didn't disclose it. We didn't find out about that until in October. I think it was an October notice of discovery when we finally found out that a no bill was issued indicating that Ms. Reed.
When was that no bill issued?
You said when or where?
When?
I want to say March 23rd, March 27th is what I'm being told. It was late March, before the first trial. And they knew this, and they didn't provide what I believed, and I think what the court would have ruled would be exculpatory information to us to cross-examine these witnesses who say, hey, look, I've suffered at the hands of the community, of these bloggers.
So my memory is I kept it out, and then I have a very clear memory of you opening the door with Jennifer McCabe, and it came in through there.
So the court did make that ruling that ultimately, if the door is open, these witnesses are going to be able to talk about it.
But I kept it out prior to that.
Understood.
Okay.
I don't want to revisit that issue. The court made its ruling. I didn't think that we had opened the door. It was whatever that door was. It was on some very, very significant lubricant. It was going to be very easy.
Read the transcript.
I have several times. In any event, I believe that the court should make the exact same order this time and have a more defined, we should have a more defined understanding of what would reasonably open that door. I didn't think that I came anywhere close to it. The court disagreed and the information came in. But it's so prejudicial. It was so extremely prejudicial as to Miss Reed that I think we need to revisit that issue and get a more clarifying order about exactly what would be required to open that door. And then we can reasonably, as the defense, we can reasonably sidestep that as best we can. I wasn't able to do that in the first trial because I didn't think that I had even approached the line, but ultimately the court disagreed. So what we're asking in this instance is that we get a clarifying order that it is not admissible. Obviously, if we walk in and say something about witness intimidation, you've never been intimidated by anybody, have you? Obviously, that would open the door. That's not what would happen. That's not what happened last time. What happened last time was Jennifer McCabe basically decided that she wanted to talk about that issue and sort of walked through it, at least in my view, having reviewed the transcript. In any event, I think the court understands what our concern is with regard to this subject matter. We don't want a free-for-all of people, one person after another, walking into court and basically lambasting the defense, for all intents and purposes, about things that are completely out of our control. Even if there is some suffering by the public or by bloggers or by whomever that these witnesses have had to undergo, that is not at the hands of the defense, and we shouldn't have to, Ms. Reed very specifically, should not have to suffer through that testimony when it looks very, very clear that at least the Commonwealth wants the jurors to believe this is all at the hands of Ms. Reed, that she's been the one engaging in this, which is, or the defense has, which is just not true. So we would ask for a clarifying order on that issue very specifically.
Mr. Brennan.
I can appreciate the defense wanting to identify the line in which they would open the door to evidence about harassment and abuse of witnesses. I understand why that would be important. But to convert that into a speech that absolutely defies reality and grossly misstates the history and facts of this case is beyond me, It wasn't just last night when Attorney Jackson and his colleagues appeared on a documentary where Ms. Reed talked about speaking frequently to Mr. Carney, sharing anything public with him. And you would have to choose to be oblivious to think that that information that is shared was then not generated to intimidate and harass witnesses for 2 years. In fact, Mr. Carney has over a dozen indictments for just that. You've had an opportunity to hear the conversations recorded with Gretchen Voss. You've heard about the tactics used by the defense in the dissemination, not just of public information. So to try to make a public record that is so grossly, not only inept, but fraudulent, I don't understand the purpose of that when the simple question is, what is the threshold of opening a door? We have a motion later this afternoon in another courtroom on this very issue. And I'm not going to go through an entire resuscitation of the evidence or information that I have, because that inevitably would be unfair. But it is unfair to stand up here at this podium and suggest for a second that Ms. McCabe is using a witness box as some type of forum. She didn't drag herself into this case. She was dragged into it. And to suggest they can stand here and bash witnesses in the text of their argument, unsolicited attacks, because it pleases them and fits their narrative, is something I can't just sit by and listen to. The Commonwealth, the prosecutors weren't outside patting their bloggers on the butt for a job well done after witnesses were harassed at the family events. That didn't happen. And so if the issue is, what is the threshold when Mr. Jackson opened the door? Well, you can read the transcript. It's very obvious. Open-ended questions, personal attacks, baseless accusations. That opens the door. And it will open the door again, I suspect. And we'll be prepared. I think the issue is really a trial issue, and an attorney having control of their questions so they don't open the door. That really is the issue.
So do you agree it doesn't come in the Commonwealth's case in chief with these witnesses?
I don't think it ever should have come in the case in chief, and I don't think it would have until I saw the very clear questions that opened that door. I have no intention of raising a collateral issue or trying to present prior bad acts that I haven't sought admissibility for. So I agree. I agree.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I may very briefly.
Sure, just give me 1 second. I want to take one note. Okay?
Of course.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
I just wonder if where this ire and these invectives from Mr. Brennan come from. He said that I stood up here just a second ago and attacked witnesses and bashed witnesses and made fraudulent statements. Was he listening? I didn't bash a witness. I didn't attack a witness. I didn't make any fraudulent statements. The Commonwealth made their best effort to tether Ms. Reed to Aiden Kearney. And they did it through a grand jury. And those members of the grand jury said, no, it's not true. It didn't happen. That's what they said at the lowest burden known in criminal justice. So Mr. Brennan can stand up all he wants and say, I saw a TV show and I saw this and I heard an interview, and clearly there's been communication between Ms. Reed and Mr. Kearney. Sure, there may have been communication. That's very different from directing witness intimidation, directing witness harassment for the purposes of undermining a prosecution. That's what they've accused her of. And they failed. And then they kept that from us when they failed and allowed this sort of fabrication of the witness. And I'm not saying that the intimidation that was described on the witness stand was fabricated. That's not at all what I'm saying. Maybe it was true. Maybe it all happened. What was fabricated is that it was connected to Ms. Reed or connected to us. So nobody's up here, Your Honor, and I take issue with Mr. Brennan's tone and tenor. We can all be professional. We can all advocate very zealously and robustly, but let's keep it professional. I didn't stand up here and attack a witness, or what did he say, bash witnesses, use this as an opportunity to bash people. But we could calm the drama down just a little bit and probably get a little further. All we're asking is that it not come in, and I will stipulate and agree with Mr. Brennan that this not come in the Commonwealth's case in chief. And we will be very mindful of what would conceivably open a door to this kind of testimony. And I'll probably seek the court's guidance before I ask a specific question that I think comes anywhere close to that. We'll ask the court's guidance by coming to sidebar. And I think that could resolve the issue.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to look at this a little more closely. All right, the next one is paper 571, and the Commonwealth's corresponding is your number 12, our paper 586. So the defendant's moving to exclude the serum plasma ethanol concentration, blood ethanol concentration conversion, and corresponding retrograde extrapolation analysis. So who's arguing this for the defense? Because I'm going to ask you whether you want to argue your opposition to it or have the Commonwealth make their argument for admission of it. Who's arguing it for the defense?
Your Honor, I am. And to answer your question, the defense preference would be for the Commonwealth to go first. And we would respond, including with regard to my motion.
Okay. So Mr. Brennan, our paper 386, your number 12.
Your Honor, paper number 12 seeks to admit the results of the defendant's blood draw at the Good Samaritan Hospital and the resulting serum conversion and retrograde extrapolation. This being a OUI manslaughter and murder case, the statutes that the defense cites don't apply. This is not a simple OUI case. We expect that we will have a witness from the hospital describing the protocol. We will have a witness from the hospital to testify about the blood draw, and we will have an independent, or we'll have an expert to talk about the blood serum conversion. These medical records are admissible. We've cited Chapter 233, Section 79 as a business record. I know the defense takes issue with that. However, these records are routinely admissible. Commonwealth v. Hallinan, 491 Mass, 730, page 736, note 9. Blood alcohol serum conversion and retrograde extrapolation is admissible. While the standards may be different because it happened at a hospital, these are agencies. Hospitals are facilities that have standards that comply, that are trustworthy, and this evidence should come in pursuant to those cases in that statute.
All right. Now I'll hear you, Mr. Alessi.
Thank you, Your Honor. Attorney Brennan misstates our position that is clearly set forth in our papers. We are not citing to statutes that discuss consent of Ms. Reed. So I just want to take that because he's conflated issues and not addressed the main issue. Attorney Brennan just said that the results are reliable. And I appreciate very much that he has raised that because not only is there no proof that the results are reliable, there's proofs in the first trial admissions as by Mr. Roberts, as well as impliedly by Ms. Knowles, that they're not reliable, and here's why. There is no record evidence as to the method of the hospital determining those levels. Specifically, with regard to the medical records in the chemistry section of those, it says in an annotation, the drug testing, this report is intended for use in clinical monitoring and management of patients. And here's the key statement. It is not intended for use in employment-related drug testing or court-related proceedings. And the issue with regard to the reliability of the testing is it is not stated the basics to go to reliability. Specifically, there's no documentation of how the alcohol test result was obtained, through what procedure, by whom, and the key, what manner of testing. There's two ways to do it: gas chromatography and enzymatic testing. And there's a huge difference in the reliability between the two. There is no record evidence, and it's the Commonwealth's burden of proof to establish reliability. There's no evidence of any of those foundational aspects with regard to the testing. So with regard to those test results, the Commonwealth has to establish the reliability. It is not enough for the attorney for the Commonwealth to simply to stand up in ipsy dixit in saying they're reliable when there is a lack of the information of the factors I just rehearsed with regard to the matter. And another key aspect, which is conceded by the Commonwealth, they concede that the testing did not occur at an accredited laboratory. They concede it. And it's in every single report of the Commonwealth. And we put that in Exhibit A to our motion. For example, it's Exhibit A, the very first page, COM 000994, serum plasma conversion report. It states, 2 paragraphs under the chart, with an asterisk, the ethanol result used in this serum plasma conversion report was provided by an external party. The testing to obtain the ethanol result was not performed at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, and therefore this report does not fall under the laboratory scope of accreditation. Not the words of the defense.
So that's from the State Police Crime Lab, right?
Pardon me?
That's from the State Police Crime Lab, right?
That's correct. And with regard to the next document, which is our Exhibit B, in terms of changing that conclusion in that statement, there is nothing in there to remedy that statement. Exhibit C also mentions, and this is NDAO 296, under background, it's the same statement. The ethanol result used in this retrograde extrapolation report was provided by an external party. The testing to obtain the ethanol result was not performed at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory. So what we have with regard to the foundation of reliability, we don't know what type of test result this third party did, gas chromatography or enzymatic, and we don't know any of the other factors, and it's the burden of the Commonwealth to establish the reliability of that testing. So in conclusion, Your Honor, given that the Commonwealth has not satisfied its burden in this regard, the testing that has been performed is not reliable.
All right.
It should be excluded.
Okay. Do you want to respond, Mr. Brennan?
I would suggest the court look to Dr. Fowler's testimony. He testified how blood was taken, how it was preserved, what tests were conducted in the lab at Good Samaritan Hospital, how the lab is accredited. And this is the same issue argued at the first trial, but inevitably Dr. Fowler's testimony is what establishes the foundation for the admissibility.
Okay.
May I just respond briefly?
Sure.
Thank you, Hunter. Your Honor has often said that this is a new trial. The Commonwealth for this trial has to establish that foundation. They can't point to the testimony in another trial to establish it. That should have been in their motion in opposition, that they should have put that in assuming that that is accurate. But it is not in their motion here, and that cannot be relied upon to defend the lack of reliability with regard to those factors. And I will also note that none of the witnesses I just rehearsed, Mr. Roberts nor Ms. Knowles, if we're going to talk about the first trial, ever referenced that as curative of what they said for lack of accreditation. And if we're again going to go back to testimony of the first trial, Mr. Roberts on cross-examination clearly expressed concerns with regard to these foundational absences with regard to testing. Thank you.
Okay. I think we have time for one last motion before we take the morning recess. Paper number 574, defendant's motion eliminate to exclude witnesses' prior criminal history. Who's arguing that for the defense? Is there no objection to this? This is regarding Richard Green.
It doesn't qualify pursuant to the statute.
All right, that was my question to you. How do you expect to get it in?
I don't.
Okay. All right, so this motion is allowed. That's 574 is allowed, Mr. Clerk. All right, so what I'll do is I'll see counsel at sidebar regarding scheduling.
rise for the court, please.
You are muted.
We'll be recessed 15 minutes.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I'm here. I thought Tommy was going to jump on. Maybe he didn't get my text. I don't know. But what do you guys think so far, huh? I mean, I think it's everything we wanted, right? I can't believe Spanky is actually bringing up the series from last night with the glass in the face. That's interesting. It just happened last night. He's already bringing it up. I guess that is crazy. And like what? So
She's, again, welcome to Norfolk County. I'm sorry that you're here. I'm glad you're here, but now you know what it's about, and we're like living it, feeling it. So, what's your first impression of the people down there? Is it what is it what you see on TV? Like, what is it? What I do on the internet? Yeah.
But you bring that. You bring that every day. You bring that saltiness and it's real people, right?
Yeah.
And tell when people are genuine.
Yeah.
Nathan Reed was just
Isn't he great?
So awesome.
And Nathan is just beyond. Yeah. He is just the nicest brother you could ever want in a family.
Like Mr. and Mrs. Reed are that way too.
They absolutely are, without a doubt. And you say you hate to say that they picked the right person, but they did, right? She's showing everybody what family is, faith, all that good stuff, right? And she's living it. So yeah, I mean, I think everyone kind of owes her something.
Yes.
And $20,000 you raised yesterday on a freaking Monday. 20 grand.
They had Paul was on yesterday with Claire.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody. He had everybody on.
I still want to get into the waterfall too and see. What's that?
Yeah, the waterfall and stuff. It's just a bar. It's just a bar. So.
Oh, I heard the Alberts. You stung with the Alberts.
Oh, damn it. That's what kills it.
One of the jurors said they were intimidated. That was the 8th interview, right? That's what
When they were
talking
sitting there in the.
about. Yeah. How strange is that? They killed his brother.
I know.
And they were proudly.
See them there.
But yeah, Nathan is just the nicest brother in the world. Mikey.
Oh, because you're cut.
Right, that's going that way. We can also go
Yeah, I
to
go up.
Pennsylvania.
I go up like this.
Yeah, we probably could take your way back now. We probably would.
Listen, thank you so much for coming down and seeing Karen.
Thank you for taking care of us.
I'm glad you guys actually got the feel of it.
Great meeting you. We'll see you later today, probably.
My pleasure. Thank you again for coming and supporting Karen. It's so important to see people
Thank you
from
for
all
what
around.
you do every day, and we turn you. The first thing I do is turn you on in the morning.
Oh, grab some coffee, right?
That's it.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
And Scott and Sandy.
I'm
Two S's.
okay. So I'll probably see you around then. I'm gonna walk
Sounds
down.
Wait,
good.
how about this? You guys want to get a picture together?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
The people here are so nice to us. Hey, Mike. That's in the center of Canton. It's 25 minutes away.
Oh.
It's a nice ride.
Yeah. Did you have it up?
Yeah.
You need to go back there? Last time I saw it, it seemed like it was up in here somewhere.
I had it in my hand though to get it out of the way. I can hear us talking the entire way.
Okay, so who do you have? Do you have somebody in there filming inside? Or is that just the court? I guess who's doing the filming in the courtroom?
You have a pool camera
Oh,
that pumps it out to everybody,
okay.
and all the other stations take that stream and we kick it. All right, we need to go get the other power cord, and we're good to go. You know what we're gonna do?
What's that?
We're gonna go this way. I want to show you something.
Okay.
So if you notice the houses, right? See how close they are together?
Yeah.
Back in the day. These are all 1800s built.
Yeah, they're nice.
Beautiful.
Mm-hmm. Holy shit.
Pretty old, huh?
1801, 17. What?
You don't see this at home, do you?
Nope.
And the courthouse is right there. The church is right over there. So like they were pretty confined in a good little spot, you know?
Yep. 1800. 1830. Jeez, oh, Pete.
There's your school.
Oh, man. Yeah, nice.
Yep.
Big houses.
See the chimney there? That yellow house?
Yeah.
See how it's black around the top? The black ring around the top of the chimneys?
Yeah.
Remember the Underground Railroad?
Yeah.
Heard of that?
Is that a symbol?
That's a sign. Safe house.
Really?
Yes. If it was red, you're pro colony.
Oh.
Like pro British.
Huh.
Yep. Seen that stuff like that before?
Oh, really?
And this is the back of the courthouse. And then we're gonna come pop out the side.
So, this is the back of the courthouse?
Yep, this is the back.
Wow.
If they have a prisoner, they'll bring the prisoner in the back right here. And there's Dedham. Three chimneys in that house. Do. I think we're on break, right? I think so. All right. I think you might have parked down here too, right?
I think somebody's leaving.
Yeah, I want to move my car up, as a matter of fact, because I'm down the street.
So you think that they're pretty, well, you expect that they get closer?
Well, I can park here or the registry of deeds over there. But you're still gonna, one way or the other, you gotta walk. So are you staying tonight, right?
Yeah, I think so. I guess I am. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think I did park on this street. Shit. Oh well.
Well, let's just jump in my car. We'll go for a ride.
Okay.
Take you around.
What
Boom. My dogs are upstairs. So yeah, Tom's a good guy. Tom can be, you can talk to a fucking tree. I mean that in a good way. Like, you can talk to anybody. He's such an approachable guy. That's why I can't get over the fact that people fucking push him down. How do you push Tom to the ground and, like, come at him? It's just weird. I don't know. So what do you guys think so far? I mean, I think this is like the best. We got the trial, you got the Karen Reed documentary. If you have Max TV, you can watch all 3 episodes at one time. I started watching number 2 this morning as well, and she talked about the glass in his face, and then Spanky brought it back into play, and I was just like, wow, okay, that's cool. Okay, what does it exactly mean?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Hey, so what happened here?
Where are you?
We are at the side of the courthouse.
What do you want to know?
What happened?
Legit? I mean,
yeah.
Everything. I'll wrap it up. Everything. So the ARCA motion came into play right after the rip.
Okay.
It was almost like she wasn't going to let them in. It was almost like she was going to sanction Alan Jackson and revoke his pro hoc VJ. And then she flipped it around and let everything in. She let the ARCA guys in. She let AJ stay. She found that there was a mistake. It was an honest mistake, if you want to say that at all, if it was a mistake. And then the defense has really been kicking ass all day on the motions about, the media, certain experts being allowed in, like the dog bite expert that they have with no medical degree, the neurologist, but the head wound being cold in the grass coming into play. So those arguments were argued. She has not made any decisions yet, except for the ARCA guys. They're in. ARCA's in. And they put the motion in about having witnesses come back into the courtroom afterwards. That's under her
so no witnesses.
No, she hasn't ruled yet, but the motion was on. Yeah, the motion was argued. The only thing that's been ruled upon has been the ARCA testimony is back in. No sanctions against revoking a pro hoc VJ. For the most part, you know what I mean? That looks good. So I in my opinion, the chat can tell me I'm different, but I feel that it's got a lot of momentum towards the defense right now. Their arguments have been solid. Jackson, Little, and Alisi have argued. Yannetti has yet to argue anything, but yeah, it looks good, man. Still no Aaron O'Keefe in the courthouse. Looks like Dr. Turtleboy has left the courtroom and is heading down to Stoughton as we speak.
Okay.
It's 12 o'clock. Brendan is trying to make it seem like there's a big leak and, there's all kinds of slandering going on and misleading everybody. It's, like he's basically trying to shut down any kind of information to get fed to Dr. Turtleboy, basically. Let's wrap it up that way. Like any kind of leaks he doesn't want anything getting out. He wants everything under wraps. That's pretty much it. No Aruba testimony. The Aruba girls are out, which I thought was a waste of time. So, that was kind of the motive, I guess, from the last trial.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that was the motive. The motive from last year to set up why she was mad all the time.
Was she really though?
What's that, brother?
Was she really mad, Karen? Are they trying to say she was mad?
Well, that was the motive for last year. No, she wasn't mad. Of course, she wasn't mad. But they had to have motive, opportunity, and means, right, to put the case together. So why was she so upset? Well, John allegedly was kissing somebody in Aruba. That thing. Hey, Kristen, good to see you. Kristen's on her way. Hey,
There you are.
what's that? She's on her way to Stoughton District Court right now.
I am almost
yeah,
at Stoughton.
All right, cool. Someone's asking me if we're going to be streaming Stoughton. I don't think so. I don't think we are. But we have On the Boots going to be there. Kristen's going to be there. And I think if we see a lot of McCabe's and McAlberts and stuff there at the courtroom, I don't think it's good, to be honest with you. You know how they like to get there and crowd around and see Turtle Boy get put away? Hopefully there's nobody there.
I hope so too.
You know, that's how I think of that. But I'm glad you're going.
Yeah.
Kristen, you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
You sure?
What's the matter? What's the matter?
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm missing something here, but maybe I'll check in about that later. I don't know yet.
Because of the beep beep.
Oh, that was you?
That was me.
Yeah. Yeah. They're not happy.
Oh, I didn't realize that was. I knew it was a school, but I don't. Well, yeah, I knew it was.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Yep, that was me. Guilty as charged.
Hey, at least you own it. You own it. You know, hey, there's no backing down from that. He seemed like he was
Right.
okay. Was he okay? Was he okay? Or was he rude?
Oh, he was wicked rude. He was so incredibly rude. Words can't even describe how rude he was.
He could have been a little nicer. He could have been
no
nicer.
kidding.
Yes.
Unable to place call on your Bluetooth
Yep. But I mean, there's ways to handle things and ways how not to handle things.
Right.
That's how not to do it.
Exactly.
So yeah, he made a spectacle, Mike, because Kristen was out front with the bus. That he had to go over in front of his boss and show his boss how much of a dickhead he could be.
That's what I figured, because in part of the motion filed by the Commonwealth, they don't want the beeping, they don't want, all kinds of honking going on and all that bullshit. So
We got to figure something out. I mean, they can't. There's no such thing as a noise ordinance, is there? If we all like in unison beep our horns.
But the other thing too is
What if we sing?
there was another person that drove by as they were talking to me, and they started beeping, and they didn't even point.
I'll catch up with you and return this. All right, thanks. I'll be up there.
What happened to them, Kristen?
Nothing. There was a school bus van.
Yes.
That drove by and beeped, and they didn't do a thing to them.
Selective enforcement. Boy, sounds like Chris Albert's running the show over here.
Right.
A lot of people there, Kristen. Can you hear me? A lot of people
Kristen, a lot of people there, sweetheart.
Can't really see them just yet. They're behind the car, but there's a good amount from what I can see.
I know there was a group headed. There was a group headed that way from here. I know that.
All right.
Yeah. There's a good amount of undercover state troopers here.
Again?
Oh, shit.
Oh, yeah. I've seen at least 6 vehicles.
Shit.
Each vehicle got a plate number, Kristen. Can you just swipe it with your camera so we can just keep eyes on them?
Can I do what?
Sweep the license plates of the undercover vehicle so we can keep an eye on them. We see
You
the
want me to
same
get
plate
plates?
numbers. Yeah, just if you don't buy them, yeah, pop it.
All right. Hold on.
And unfortunately, I got to say, the Mass State Police need to do a little bit better job on their undercovers. They're kind of, you can tell they're undercover.
All right. Let's go. Here's one. This red RAV4.
She's always there for me. She's my bodyguard. She is, without a doubt, pivotal to my friggin' being here right this moment.
What's that?
You. Talking about you.
Oh, look it right there.
Yep. Yep.
That looks like the little guy that yelled at me. There's another vehicle right there.
You guys are good, man. Wow.
1883. Uh-oh. Somebody just beeped.
Uh-oh, look out.
Oh, no. Jesus Christ. Woo!
So
that was very annoying.
So, Mike, remember the other day about smiles?
You're kind of breaking up a little bit, Tommy. Well, go ahead.
Remember the other day when I was all smiles?
Yes.
Kristen had sent me her video that she had recorded of herself in front of D&E when they were attacking Aiden.
Oh, yeah.
And in that video, I'm looking for the camera that was installed. We can go back in time and say he's had the camera installed since this date.
Yep. Was it there?
I haven't gone through all of it yet. I've been back. Oh my God, I can't even get into it.
All right.
Did you get that email, buddy?
I didn't get it. No, they was just
Okay.
sent to you. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Is my audio is bad, right? Because my other phone's charging.
Okay, no problem, dude. No problem. All right.
Yeah, I'll fix it, guys.
Court's back in session over here. What?
Yep, we'll pop it up.
So, Mr. Jackson, I'll hear you on that one motion.
So we'll
screen it.
everybody from here.
It won't take very long. I want to formalize a motion to continue the start of the trial, which is currently
I'm just trying to set up my
reason
Bluetooth
behind the motion to continue is not because of some conflict that the defense has. We
so that I can actually hear you guys.
However, as the court knows, there's a significant appeal that's currently pending before the First Circuit based on Judge Saylor's opinion that was issued about a week ago.
I can't use my Bluetooth?
Given the complexion.
I don't know. I can hear you okay, but the main court is
I can
on
like
now.
barely hear you. So I was thinking that if I use my Bluetooth.
Based on those three counts. If the First Circuit, and I've been advised by our appellate counsel to bring this up, and it was something that he feels very strongly about, we all do.
Okay, Mr. Weinberg?
Mr. Weinberg, yes,
okay.
Martin Weinberg. If in fact the First Circuit were to agree with our appeal and were to take some action on count 1 and count 3, for instance, either dismiss it or take some other action and remand down to the trial court for additional action, that would set the trial into upheaval. If once the jury is sworn, jeopardy attaches. And once jeopardy attaches, if there were to be some action taken on count 1 and count 3, for instance, those counts were to be dismissed, we would then be compelled and impelled to move to dismiss the entirety of the trial at that point, because it's a very different defense on count 2 than it is on count 1, 2, and 3. It's a different jury that we would pick. It's a different strategy that we would employ, and jeopardy will have attached and the entire case would go away. Ergo, we believe the best practice for the court would be to continue the trial for purposes of letting the First Circuit make its determination about count 1 and count 3, and that's the reason for the motion.
All right, do you have any timeline on that?
I wish I did. I don't. I do have a generalized understanding of some of the briefing schedule, but in terms of the court making its decision, I don't. So we expect to get our brief in today, probably by the end of the day today. I believe the Commonwealth is going, or I believe that whoever it is that is appearing for the Commonwealth, or for the court, I should say, not the Commonwealth, for the court, is due to file their responsive brief, their opposition. I think it's next week. It may be as late as the 26th, I want to say. I'm going by memory, Judge. So it's Monday? Okay. Mr. Schillinger has just indicated, I appreciate that. Did I say your name correctly? Thank you. Just indicated that it's Monday. The opposition is Monday, and then the reply brief would be to you 2 days hence. So the briefing is going to be done in relatively short order. The decision, that's another question.
All right, thank you very much. Does it make sense for me to hear from Mr. Schillinger directly, or do you want to handle this, Mr. Brennan? Good afternoon. So we do need you to say your name.
Yeah, good morning, Your Honor. Caleb Schillinger.
All right, Mr. Schillinger, I have no idea how this works. So why don't you tell us?
Sure. So as Attorney Jackson mentioned, Your Honor, Judge Saylor issued his decision denying petition for habeas relief last Thursday. The defendant is pursuing a further appeal to the First Circuit. The parties have agreed to an expedited briefing schedule in front of the First Circuit. The defendant filed her brief earlier today in the First Circuit. The respondent's brief is due Monday, the 24th, and then the defendant's reply brief is due Wednesday, the 26th. As Attorney Jackson mentioned, parties are able to control that much in terms of coming up with an expedited briefing schedule. How long it would then take for the appeal to be decided after that is unknown. And the parties don't have the ability, obviously, to dictate that. I think more broadly, Your Honor, in terms of the arguments here, certainly if it were possible to have all of this resolved before moving forward, it would be ideal to know which charges are going to go forward and which aren't. At the same time, Commonwealth is obviously strongly opposed to moving the trial. And so, while perhaps unfair to Your Honor, if there is some intermediate ground or additional information that Your Honor would be able to provide, I think that that would be helpful. We could further discuss this issue and come back tomorrow. I would note the motion for a stay that they are going to file, they have indicated, or Attorney Weinberg has indicated to me through email, will be filed with Judge Saylor, not with the First Circuit. So there's no deadline that that motion be filed today, tomorrow, or even Thursday. So this is not a decision that needs to be made immediately, Your Honor.
Okay.
And frankly, the Commonwealth would benefit from additional time to be able to discuss with the victim's family members, and to the extent perhaps the court is able to indicate whether some amount of time is feasible given the jurors' schedules that are coming in, Your Honor's schedule. That would be helpful information to inform this as well.
All right. I appreciate that. So one of the things that we would discuss at a final pretrial conference is how long this case is expected to take. So I think the Commonwealth filed or filled out the pretrial conference report a few weeks ago and said 20 trial days, 40. How many trial days do you remember you said, Mr. Brennan? Or what do you think your Commonwealth's case will be?
I don't remember what I put specifically, but I think if we have full trial days,
Yes.
5 days a week, I expect less than a month. I'm shooting for 3.5 weeks.
Okay. Mr. Jackson?
Your Honor,
24, I'm sorry.
our defense obviously is somewhat dependent upon the Commonwealth's presentation, but
Right.
my best estimate would probably be a week and a half, 2 weeks of full trial days for the defense, if I had to sort of throw a dart.
Okay. All right. The big question is jury impanelment. Again, I alluded to all the recent publicity that I think is going to be very problematic in getting a jury. So I'll let both sides talk. That makes sense to me. Months and months ago, we got the jury commissioner's office on this to get us the amount of jurors we need starting April 1st. That process will take additional months in order to, if we change the date. So that's very problematic. So I'll hear you all tomorrow on this then.
May we address the court at sidebar on one issue before you leave the bench?
Sure.
The bar is open. Grab your claws. Let's go. It's noon somewhere. No Aaron in court today. That's not good. It's not good for the O'Keefe family. Oh, gosh. Yeah. Anyways, we have boots on the ground in Stoughton right now for the 12 o'clock hearing for Turtle Boy. There is a lot of state police activity down there undercover. There are people down there from the Free Karen Reed movement, Free Turtle Boy. So yes, we have people there. So as soon as we know, we'll cut over to that if we have to. Kristen's down there. Tom is in the background here right now, front. So we got it covered. Someone asked if they're going to live stream the Stoughton. We are not, as far as I know. We are not. But we have somebody there that can tweet or jump right on to the stream and tell us what is happening, people. All right. My dogs are in the room. They've entered the chat. So if you see me looking around and doing something, it's them. Get over here, you little fucker. Come here. Come here. Oh, you don't want? Okay. You don't play fucking around? All right. Kristen said they don't have a live stream. Okay. Thanks, Sammy. So, yeah. Get out of here. I don't know. I've never seen her there before. I don't know who that is. Don't know who that is. I don't know who a lot of people there are. I've never seen them before. And hey, you know what? It's family, so it is what it is. Is she gonna be taking lunch right away? Is that what I just heard her say? Before she goes and takes lunch? Is that what I just heard? I hope not. We just got going.
Lead the way. All right. So we'll see everybody back here, not tomorrow, but Thursday morning at 9 o'clock. That'll give you time, Mr. Schillinger, to speak with maybe Mr. Weinberg or counsel.
It will. Thank you.
Okay. So see you Thursday. All right. Thank you,
So,
everybody.
we're done. Wow. Okay, so no court tomorrow, but Thursday we're back. It looks like. Interesting. So not a full day. Interesting. All right. This is just setting up the theatrics for Stoughton right now. This is interesting. Tom, if you're out there, bro. Tom, if you're out there, buddy.
I got it. Don't get too close. I don't want to get you sick.
We got hot mics going.
I will, I know.
So no court tomorrow, and back Thursday morning is what I heard, right? Did you guys hear that too? All right. No court tomorrow, but back Thursday, I think I heard, guys.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Is it clear?
Yes, it is. Go live. Go
Excellent.
Big screen. Yep, go to big screen. Oh, wow. Here we go.
Uh-oh, somebody. We have a problem. So people are starting.
Mike, who do you want me to get on mic? Yannetti, Jackson, Liza?
Anybody, yeah, grab whoever's easy to get. We get 3 screens open now, me, Kristen, and yourself, so. All right. There's a lot of people in Stoughton. Yeah, perfect. Go. So Turtle Boy's on for another 20 minutes. All right, so they want Tommy.
Yeah.
What do you want? People want to know if they expect to hear the motion to dismiss. Tell Tom to ask about the motion to dismiss.
What happened here?
What, you're okay?
You there?
Yeah, I'm
What
here.
happened here? Come on.
You're up, buddy.
That's that.
How do people do to know?
I can't unscrew it. It's on so tight.
Radio check.
Yep, I got you. I got you.
How about now?
Yep, I got you.
Nice. Okay.
They wanted to know about the motion to dismiss. Or do they have a
Yes. We're going to Aiden's after this. We're going from here to there.
Motion to dismiss, ask about it.
So we come back Thursday.
Yes.
Yes, Thursday.
Thursday here? Here?
Yep.
Here.
Thursday night.
Oh, are they leaving the day?
Yeah. Probably.
Oh, that's right. They have gag orders. That's all right. Thank you, guys. You guys are awesome. You don't want to get them in trouble, right? Oh, but you know what we can do? I can do one better.
Yeah.
Ted, how do you think today went?
They got a lot done.
John, I'm up front.
Yeah,
Okay.
they got a lot done. So, I mean, we haven't got the decisions yet, but they got a lot of the arguments in.
Okay.
So,
Cool. Thanks.
Someone will talk to us. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. How's that for improvising?
When he stands up, he's probably tall.
Hey, how's the quality of my picture?
He just sits on your lap and makes you come, you know?
It's good, buddy. Chill
They'll
good.
help you around my house. I wish I brought my shiesty.
Stoughton? No, I got Kristen over there.
Is that televised?
No. I don't think there's cameras in that place.
Never shows up. Does Vicky show up this time?
Tim has had one in that.
Oh, I can't show my fingers.
And I didn't. Earlier.
They are done for the day here. So after we're done here, we'll go over and we'll give Aiden some support.
Oh, Erica, I got you.
Let me,
I don't give a fuck.
With the deadly
Tommy.
Hello, Tom.
Tommy.
yes, sir.
Ask the
Good, how are
Channel
you?
5. Ask the Channel 5 guy how the Proctor interview went.
The Fox interview?
No, the Channel 25, Channel 5 guy. How the Proctor interview went. David
Oh.
Buchanan, yeah.
I work tomorrow.
I think Thursday.
Yeah, no, that's what
25.
Yeah, no, 5, Channel 5. Right there, right. Yeah.
Hey,
No, to your left,
how'd that
left.
interview go with the Proctor's bud? No good? You get another one?
It was on TV last night.
I know, you can get another one?
I don't know.
Figured do like follow up.
And at first,
Brendan won't say that they're being paid.
no, and at first I was confused why.
Good job, buddy, good job.
There she is.
Ted, put that on.
Oh, sorry, bud.
You can stay there.
Good job, Liza.
Ted, I'll walk on the side of you, Ted. Ted, go ahead. I'm gonna turn off.
Aaron, your thoughts about ARCA?
Back up, guys.
How do you feel knowing your attorneys are staying on the case? Amazing, amazing.
Your thoughts about ARCA that they will be testifying?
I feel great about that too, obviously. It'd be very late in the game to go find a reconstructionist.
How about moving the trial?
You can go a little faster.
How about pushing the trial back?
Easy, give us some room, guys.
We're ready, but we're just accommodating the First Circuit appeal.
Can you say why you decided to keep your attorneys?
There's no other attorneys I'd rather have but my attorneys.
This was an easy decision for you?
Absolutely big, yes.
And Kara, what did the judges give you an option at that sidebar? How did you embrace that?
Little guy.
Get your bag, lad.
I'm here with you.
Bye, Hadley.
There he is. Papito is here to save the day.
How are we doing today?
How are you?
Very well, very well. Good day in court?
Yeah.
Yeah?
It was a good day.
Productive?
Yeah.
Good thing?
We went really efficiently, and
yeah,
we'll finish up on Thursday.
Here we go.
Yeah,
you'll go. How are you? Good to see you. How's everything?
Everything's good.
You healthy and everything?
Yes,
Good.
yes,
Good. Good.
Yes, I haven't fallen in it right now.
Good. You don't want that. You got Dina right next to you, right?
Yes.
I got you.
Yes.
Take care.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it is cold out. My ears are breathing.
It was a good day today, right?
Good. How about you? Good. You know, we're all here. I'm glad the day ended a little early for you guys. That we can walk.
Yeah.
I thought she was in Atherton, which is
There we go, right?
Yeah. How are you doing?
I'm doing very good. I'm doing good.
Good. Thank you.
Have a good day, Mr. Reed.
Bye.
Keep the faith, my friend.
Stay safe.
Thank you, Nathan. Bye, guys.
Thank you.
Take care.
All
They
right.
are just the nicest people.
Aren't they the nicest people?
They are.
Yeah.
They can't get nicer.
And we're
Can't
filmed
get
in
nicer.
the UK now, so that's
Really?
good. Yeah.
Oh,
Dylan's
UK.
here, though. I love Dylan.
You still
Not
got-
as much as the Glamour, but I love
Oh.
him. I love him.
We got something going on over here. Huh. I think it's Alan.
Here comes Adrian.
No, they just committed.
So well.
Come on, come.
Good.
Good luck, guys.
Yep, Thursday now. That's a good picture right there. See that?
Don't listen to the words.
You know what? I agree. He says he's gonna pay for it.
Good job, guys. Good job. Everybody's piling into court in Stoughton right now.
Yeah, just about everybody's in there.
All right.
Hey, I'm headed to Stoughton.
All right, go on you.
Like maybe a handful of people that are hanging outside.
Okay.
But it's a pretty decent crowd inside to Aiden.
A lot of state police.
Well, so far there's only 2 out here. I'm not sure how many inside.
Okay.
There's at least 2.
Love you.
When you were at
But while we were standing out here, the support that Aiden got was insane. They were
That's awesome.
so
Yeah.
grateful
Yeah.
for him. And I'm glad. I'm really glad because, I mean, we don't want him to mess
No. Yeah.
to know that what's happening to him is completely ridiculous. And there's another one. But, so not only does everybody support Karen, but everybody's supporting Aiden as well, and
Yes, very, very important. Yes.
because this justice system is just ridiculous. Gets ridiculous and more ridiculous by the day. Oh, now we're probably going to get yelled at by Little B. What am I doing that's illegal?
No, I think you're fine. I mean, you should be fine, right?
Yeah, could be. But, you know,
You're
when you're
directly in the, you're in the wind time, kind of. I can hear the wind, but if you can change it the angle or what. Yeah.
that better?
Yes, much better. Yes. Yep.
I have the wind on my back.
Yeah. Yeah. So Aiden's already inside, obviously?
Yeah. Yep. He's
Okay.
inside. There's a little bit of a line there to get in.
Not so the people that are all outside have already gone inside to help with to sit with Aiden. So whatever's left out front is probably no room left, or maybe very little room left.
Yeah.
All right.
Right now, the street. And then we have 5 right here at the front door.
Okay.
So we got 9 people, and myself, so that's 10 of us.
All right.
Tommy's
jumping in his car, said he's heading down there.
Okay. Cool.
He's on mute right now, so.
Okay.
So the Karen Reed case is just ended. They're coming back on Thursday.
Yeah.
All right.
Was it 9:30 or 9?
I think it's 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock. Okay.
Yeah. I thought it was going to be a full day today. Yeah.
I did too.
Yeah. I don't know what happened.
She seemed like she was in a fairly decent mood.
You're right. She was, man. She was, man. She was totally, I don't know. She was in a great mood. I don't know what was going on.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, she didn't really object to a lot, and she seemed like she was being very nice to Jackson. And
yeah. I mean, she did the usual stuff. She was interrupting him every time he was on a roll about arguing something. She would stop him as usual and bring it back up. Typical Bev. But so yeah, we don't have a live stream going from the inside or the audio people. I don't know who does, so I can't speak.
Hey, everybody.
Hey, Tommy.
How is it in there?
Inside the courtroom. Yep. Person's doing a great job outside. Yep.
There's a pretty decent amount of people inside. 20 steps, more than that. Right now there's a lot. Henry's doing tricks. We have a circus dog. His name is Henry, and he is awesome. A court day would not be complete without Henry.
I know.
I don't know what he did, but he just did some sort of backflip. It was crazy. Anyways, but there was like a pretty decent line to get inside the courthouse.
Yeah. All right.
So it was a good day in there for the court. Everyone seems positive and upbeat, and the Reeds were very happy with the outcome today.
Yep. As they said. There's no mechanic.
Are you gonna stay? Are you two gonna stay on, Tommy?
Yeah, I can stay on chat because I haven't been on for a while.
All right, Kristen, you're gonna stay on. You gonna stay on?
Yep, I'll stay on and chat with Tom.
All right, I'm gonna jump off. Okay, I'm gonna jump off for a while.
Yeah.
Okay, Mike.
All right, I'll talk to you guys later. All right.
All right, brother.
All right, talk to you. Chat. I'll talk
Later,
to you
son.
guys later. All right, bye.
Yeah. All right. So that was seemed like a good day for Karen Reed. Unfortunately, they're stretching out the time, so now these people either stay or they fly back.
Right.
I mean, the airfare is just back and forth and back and forth. That's 2 trips.
Yeah.
That's just mean.
It really is. I mean, he just doesn't care. People die. Family. I mean, I get it to a point that, the family understands.
Kristen, you're muffled for whatever reason.
Probably because I keep running away from the wind.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Did you hear that the audit was disbanded?
I think I did hear that.
And I'd like to talk to John Camo because I think he would know.
Possibly. I think I'll ask you.
Because if they did, that's not good. That's very bad. What do we got here? 1,283 people. Does everybody hit the thumbs up and the likes and share and subscribe? It really helps the channel. Please.
It's Keithy.
Free.
Question. Yeah, go ahead. Do you happen to know if the rumor is true that the audit has been disbanded?
It's supposed to be to the public April 4th.
Okay.
So I don't know if they've disbanded the committee yet. I don't think they'll do that until the public gets a hold of themselves.
Okay.
The meeting tonight.
Okay.
Because it's finally live.
Oh my Lord.
Rob and I are going to go up to town hall for that.
Okay.
See if it gets brought up. Maybe we can ask them. You guys going?
I don't know. I was actually going to call in and make some comments, but it's something I have to.
Yep.
I know. But if I do go, I have to sit down and write something. Otherwise, I'll be all over the place.
Oh, yeah. No, I get that.
So I would have to sit down and write, but I have a parent-teacher conference at 5. I have to do the late class. So I don't know if I'm going to make it. The trucks have been beeping.
Yeah, I've been doing it. I'm not, I can't do it like
Oh.
I'm like, well, they're starting to form a line.
Right, right.
I love it.
That's right.
It's still away.
Kristen, we get a good turnout there so far?
Yeah. I would say, so I mean, there's still the same amount of people outside.
Okay.
But inside, I'm going to say like maybe a total of like 50 or more.
Okay.
Maybe.
The people inside too?
Yep, a lot of people went inside.
Yeah, that's usually what happens. But I know you get a big crew coming your way right now, so heads up for an influx of people.
I don't think that they're going to make it inside, unfortunately.
Well, they're just going to hang out outside. They're there for support anyway. They're a good.
Right.
So, Kristen, what else is new in Canton? How is it, like, if you go to a supermarket, how is it in Canton? How would you explain it to people?
Oh, stupid. I knocked my earbud out of my ear.
You sound clear now. You there? Kristen. She's probably hitting the earbuds on and off. and they gotta reconnect.
I'm having technical difficulties on my
There you
end.
are.
Hold on.
I hear you. Can you hear me?
I'm just trying to connect my earbud because I knocked it out of my ear. I can hear you very lightly, but that's
I hear you
only because
great.
the volume on my phone is not great.
You sound good. So if you walk into a supermarket, how is it? Is there tension in the air, like in Canton?
Hold on.
We're holding. I'm holding pattern here. All right, so I hope everybody in the chat cracking now, yeah, because of where I'm at. It'll clear up.
All right. I
Better?
can't hear.
Everybody? Radio check.
I can only hear through my phone. I don't know what's up with my stupid earbuds.
All right, can you hear me, Kristen?
Yeah, but I just have to keep the phone up to my ear, which is fine.
Okay. How is it when you walk into a store in Canton? Is there tension in the air? How is it in the city and like in the town that you live in?
I don't see it at all. I really don't. And I know a lot of people say that there's a ton of it,
Yes.
but I don't see it. I really honestly don't. And I know that I'm hated. And a certain amount or a certain group of people love to tell me how I'm number one. But
Yep. Wrong finger,
yeah,
but yep.
I mean, then I have Chris Albert who drives by my house almost daily.
I bet she's afraid of you too.
Probably. Because if I'm outside when he drives by, he'll duck down so I can't see him. But that just draws more attention to you.
So the car's driving by itself. Nice. Do you know any status of the rabbit incident in that in the house that was being built? Or did that just disappear? All right. You guys can hear me, right? I know it's staticky and stuff right now. I promise it'll clear up.
All right, I'm all better now.
There we go. I hear you.
I accidentally left because I was putting the phone up to my ear so that I could see you. So when I logged,
I've done that quite a few times.
but then I logged back in, and now my earbud is working. So works for me. But yeah, anyways, I really honestly do not feel the tension in town.
Okay.
It's unless I just don't go in the right time, but or maybe because I just have better things
Just don't
to
care,
do.
right?
Hang out at a bar every night, unlike other people. Oh, we got the burrito here.
All right, Tim Bradle's here. Bedro?
No better.
No better.
Come to see you. I'm filming for him, so good luck today.
So I interviewed Ted Daniels today.
What's that?
I interviewed Ted Daniels again.
Oh yeah.
Yep, he thinks the trial's going good.
That's it. Now you're breaking up.
Yep, I know it's me. It's where I'm at.
Yeah, there's always that one section on the way from Dedham to Canton that kills you.
Yeah. That's why I
Even though
asked you
you're
a
going-
question, so maybe you could talk over my static.
Yeah.
What else? Oh,
What
did you
else?
hear about the Glera raised $20,000 in 12 hours?
God, I did. That
I would do a 24 if we could double that. I would do that.
Yep.
It's a lot. But that she kind of needs the money, right?
Right.
Run the
Absolutely.
light. Nice, good boy.
I mean, like everybody says that her attorney's a pro bono. I mean, once this is all said and done, I mean, I'm sure she's gonna make sure that they get taken care of.
You think?
I know I would.
Yeah.
And then, like, you know, if there's any civil suits after, and
I don't see how they can't be.
Unless
Unless everyone's just tapped out completely, right?
Right.
20,000 in 12 hours is freaking really amazing.
It is. It's insane. I mean, the people that support are, I don't know, I just can't even say anything.
It just, you know. And then what's today? Today is $3.50 or $35.
Oh, is today Meredith's birthday?
I think that's what we're doing, yes.
Oh, okay. I mean, I knew it was for her birthday, but I didn't know if it was today or.
It's still going.
Oh, okay.
As far as I know, either way. Challenge you guys, $3.50 or $35. And knowing Nan, she'll do $3.50.
I think we can do $35 per.
I think that's fair.
Because what can you
Isn't
get?
it nice to get outside people, like new blood, like Nan, new eyes on it, right? Whole different set of eyes, completely. And
The more the better.
Hey, listen, am I crazy thinking this, and this? So I love how she is with this stuff. I got a guy from Ohio.
Yep.
He's following me. Well, yeah.
Yep.
And because he wants to go and support Aiden. The dude got in his car last night and drove here to support Aaron.
Wow.
He slept.
Oh my goodness.
I just had breakfast with him. It was the first time he's ate since he left his house last night.
Yeah.
And like that's just who gets in their car at 7 o'clock at night and drives to Dedham?
Karen Reed and
a stranger. I mean, that's and then another couple from where were they from?
Tennessee.
Yeah, Tennessee.
Yeah, I heard
They
that.
came here. They're staying another night.
Well, I know that I would not do it if I was not 100% positive that these people were innocent.
Well, there you go,
So,
right?
Right.
It's almost like if they're picking on you personally and you're fighting back through Karen.
Exactly.
Yeah, I can see that.
And I wouldn't even like put myself in any sort of trouble if I didn't believe that they were innocent. I mean, and I'm getting in trouble all the time, so
Well,
that
yeah,
must mean they're innocent.
they just got a reason now. That's all. They were looking for one.
Right.
But you know, everyone says after they meet the Reeds that they're the family is the nicest family out there.
Oh, they are.
And they really, really are. I don't think enough people realize that.
You can tell that they appreciate everything that we do, and I know that it must be hard for them to thank us. Like, there's just no words to thank the people
The
that are involved.
gratitude of these strangers, right? That are just giving you money to be able to do this.
Yeah, like almost. What are we at 800,000 yet, or we're pretty damn close?
We're damn close. And I know Nick Rocco starts setting goals, and he hits them goals all the time.
Every time, every single time. Not only does he hit, but he like surpasses them.
I wish we could hook up with him and get something big going. Maybe on the National Standout Day, 24-hour friggin' stream.
Yep.
Raise some real money.
Right. Do a game show, like I mentioned that before. Let's do a game show. I don't know how we do it, what we do, how
we do. And again, I think if we plan this correctly, and we start like announcing it.
You're a fortune, and when you want to buy a vowel, you actually have to buy the vowel.
Yep.
Hey, Mikey. Not much. I've been informed. I'm on Tom. I'm streaming to Tom till he gets here.
We may have a surprise for you guys. We may be able to get into audio.
I don't know what you're saying. You're mumbling.
These roads are always under construction.
Oh my God.
The roads being destroyed. I don't know how you drive a bus in this, Kristen.
I have a hydraulic seat.
Yeah, but still, you gotta get thrown around left and right with these roads, man.
With my own vehicle, yeah. And then like I'll be driving down the road in the bus, and then all of a sudden you hear like a clink, and it's a stupid screw that comes loose from the thing. Like, oh yeah, these roads are making my bus fall apart.
Drive, you idiot. People.
Oh, here comes another.
Too many people on the road.
So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 right there. 5 unmarked state trooper vehicles.
So the guy from Ohio is behind me, and he's driving like a Massachusetts guy already. I love it.
He'll fit in well. You have to. You can't drive like that.
He had to get behind me. He had to work on that one.
Oh yeah. Oh, here comes Dina. Dina's in the house. Hi, love. Good. How
I'm on Dylan's channel. You want to say hi?
Hi, Dylan. How are you? It's very cold here. I don't know what happened. No, I don't drink coffee. And if I do, it's not hot. No,
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 you
I don't
got
have.
her. She's on Tom CPU's
I'm on.
thing.
I'm on Tom CPU. No, no, no.
It's nice. All right, I'm gonna walk around and say hi to everybody.
Kristen, we're right up the road there.
I lost my earbud again.
I hear you. Good though.
I'm gonna jump out and jump back in.
Yep. All right, guys, we're almost at court. Hey, Rhonda. Rhonda. Hi, my dears. Good to see you in my chat. Small world, isn't it? Whoever would have thought this?
I think I can hear. Yeah, I can.
She's back.
I'm back. I gotta stop hugging people. Every time I hug somebody, my earbud dies. Okay, so that's annoying. Why aren't you yelling at him? Hello? Hello? They're just standing right there. You should go up to him and be like, hey, did you forget to yell at that guy? Like you yelled at me? He's working too, you know. I want fair and equal treatment.
All right, we're here. Yay.
I don't see you.
I know they're going to get after me. Who's that guy?
That's this.
Are you so fast? Huh.
What's How'd you make that? Good, huh? You're driving like a Massachusetts guy already.
Yeah.
That door might be open. No, there isn't. Go to the front door. Go to the metal detector.
I see you.
There you are, sweetheart.
I'm screaming you, screaming me.
Where's your jacket? Killing me.
I didn't
Jacket.
think it was going to be this hot out of cold.
It's the wind is right through you.
All right.
Right.
I'm back.
But I'll
Be
be
here.
here with you.
Keeping me safe as always.
I'm right here.
I know.
I didn't think it was going to be this damn freaking cold.
Why don't you run into the courthouse and keep us updated? Tell us what's going on. I know it is, but if you have no metal in, you can walk right through the metal detector in and out. A lot?
My head.
Okay, so that's a lot. Well, it's not plastic.
I'm going to peek in the door.
Okay.
Let's see if people are scared. Oh.
They have not even gone in yet.
Okay, so they're not in yet.
Trying to get everything set up. I just spoke with the court office.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, they're not up yet. Not even set up yet.
They're setting everything up.
Hey, Brian Hill!
I talked to a court officer. What did they need to set up? So Aiden is like right here.
Hey, sweetheart. Good seeing you again. Good to see you. How you didn't that? How are you? Okay.
I sent WBZ a nice fucking
Good.
email.
Good.
You know what? Didn't even respond. I was like, this douchebag cameraman not gonna know this.
That was wrong of him to do that. She should have even apologized too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he did that.
No, the Fox 25 guy put his hand down and helped me.
Yeah. Oh.
That scares me. What do they have to set up? Are you
The audio. No, we're on. We're live. We live. Yes. No.
a little bit?
We were. I swear to God. Oh, I might have kicked myself out. Yeah, I did.
Are you going to TV's trivia night?
When's that?
Huh?
When's that?
I think it's in April.
Okay. Probably.
No, I was gonna say, you can, if you need to stay out there. I live 2 times over.
Okay.
You can stay with like Brian and I.
Okay. Sweet.
Oh God.
They raised $20,000 yesterday in 12 hours for Karen.
They ended up hitting
20 grand. Hey, I do 24 if we could reach 40. I could do it alone. I need Nick Rocco's help or something like that.
I am so proud of the support we're getting. And I hate to say it, not I hate to say it, but that 2 episodes last night, I think changed a lot of people's minds.
Really?
Oh my God, absolutely. You know what I got from that? One, it showed Karen is human.
Yep.
It showed she admitted flaws. She admitted, you know, this and that, down to the drinking glass in her cup holder.
Right.
She admitted it all.
She's like everyone else.
Yeah.
Like if people can put themselves in their position.
Exactly.
Right.
But the one thing I took away from that was there was information that the other 2, you know, documentaries didn't really address.
Yeah.
And it was saying that the body was on a police officer's lawn.
Correct.
You know,
It wasn't just there. Right.
it wasn't just somebody's house. There was many, I believe the details that were given were phenomenal.
Okay.
Yes, because, you know, no matter what, every picture is painted, but that to me was a great 2 episodes.
Yeah. Nice.
I was happy with it. Even their perception of Turtle, it was calming. It explained him, you know, and to me, it was great.
Yeah,
I was proud of it.
It's messed up, and I'll tell you why. When he first started, there was 11 of us,
Mhm.
original 11 group.
Yep.
And we would just share his links to what he would write to on the Brockton Hub and all the different pages.
Oh yeah.
And someone would do Western Mass.
Yep.
I do around that's Plymouth County areas and stuff. So we all promoted him. And if you remember back then to where he is now, it's such a drastic change. He's improved so much from where he started.
Unbelievable.
And I said we're a blogger. It's like
Yeah.
that
using
doesn't even
words like
exist
that,
anymore.
No.
That word's gone.
Yeah. That, you know, and stuff like that. But there was always, I felt like there was a balance.
Yeah.
You know, as much as they said he was a blogger.
Yep.
They still showed him with the megaphone, you know.
Right.
Showing. So I feel like it was balanced out.
Bloggers don't go out on top of courthouse steps.
No.
Right? They don't.
He's a goddamn award-winning journalist.
Yep. And one of Jennifer's gonna put him in for a postal surprise. She's gonna do all the work.
That would be awesome.
Yep.
That would be awesome. Oh, I'm just hungry. how you feeling about the motions?
I don't know. I think she's just playing around with us.
Buffer zone. I'm sorry.
You can't even see Karen from where the buffer zone's gonna be.
And then when she jumped on the glare with,
Wasn't that so awesome?
they can't even talk about anything.
I know.
That's
But the fact, again, she's human,
exactly
right? These troopers, the same guys from, they're following us. Watch this, guys. You ready? You doing, guys? You don't know nothing about the buffer zone, right?
Yeah, still working it out. I think. It'll be there though.
They can't buffer zone intersections, right?
Wasn't it down to the intersection last time?
It was past the intersection last time. Yeah, it was. There's two street.
Yeah, that's right. There are. Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. I just didn't know if you guys just were bouncing stuff around, stuff like that. Yeah. I mean, there weren't any incidents last year at all. I mean, I walked into the buffer zone with a shirt on by accident. Yeah, I can see that. I can see the noise. But do you don't think, like, the beep horns in unison or have more megaphones or just, you're not going to shut them up that way. That's, I don't, glad I'm not making that decision. All right, well, I tried, guys. That's all we got for that. I didn't think they'd have anything, but it's kind of cool. They all know your name, right? That's a ticketable offense right there. Beeping the horn. Who's beeping the horn? Huh? No. They came from Dedham to here. Yeah. I asked them about if they heard anything about the buffer zone. They didn't. Brian Hale doing his job. The picture book that boy could put together. And they're still not in. They're still on the bench. Yeah, we got a number that we can call in, but I don't think that it's up and running. They're still out in the hallway still. How was the game last night? Let's talk about that. Aiden had a fundraiser, and anyone that wanted to put money in to raise money for Aiden did. I did. I support Aiden, and I support Karen. I was shocked when my name landed on the wheel. But yet again, like Scott McGinnis, that caused the whole ruckus. I took Mark. Male mods matter. So me and Mark went to the game last night, and I took him out to Chinese food. Well, he took me out. Went to Bishuteki in Cambridge, and then we went to the game, and it was a great game. I mean, we could have played differently, smarter, harder. I know it's harder to say it from the stands, but they were hurting last night, and we had fun. We had a great game, and everything just worked out like perfect. Again, thank you, God. So yeah, Mark does a lot for this channel. He does a lot for other channels, just like Scott. It's a thankless job. So least I can do is take my guy out for a night. Yeah, you notice that? Same ones here. Yeah, but they're not in the courtroom yet because I can see them all. They're standing right there. They're right on the other side of the doors. I can't record through that because that means the camera will be inside and you can't record inside. No, they're right there. See them all. I mean, I can real easy open the door, case dismissed. There's our boy, Scott. Scotty, there's our boys. Hardman.
Oh, he's one of the.
He's a nice guy, isn't he? He loves everybody. I think he should be a coach on a little league team for something.
Right? He should be a bus driver.
I thought he was retiring. Oh, you know who I saw a picture of? Is remember Murph? Yeah. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Yeah. Last time I saw you was in the summer.
I know. Remember how hot it was that day? We were freaking melting.
I know. I got burnt bad.
I-
My whole entire neck.
You know, it's funny because I remember that day. We were pulling shirt off our skins because it was sticking to ourselves. It was so wet.
I had that stupid umbrella attached to the chair.
Yeah, just to get it. Did yeah? No,
It didn't
no,
work.
no. Took some of it, but yeah.
Don't be.
Oh,
Don't do it.
Are you trying to get the Zoom on your channel? Are
Huh?
you trying to get the Zoom?
Is it on?
Nobody's trying.
Yeah, she did this. They're not even in the room yet.
I got the number and the password, but Melissa thought it was-
We're okay, guys. They're not even in the courtroom yet. So there you go. Choo-choo. That music sounds familiar.
We have 8 state trooper
Undercovers?
undercover
Okay,
vehicles.
so yeah.
There could be more than
I'm
one per
marked.
vehicle.
Huh?
Are they sitting in the hallway?
Not undercover. Oh, is that Chris Albert? No.
No. There's almost as many troopers as people outside. I mean, a lot of people are
Tom, you gotta
inside.
stop. You're very violent right now.
And like I asked the guy, right? How many incidents were there in the buffer zone last year? None.
I know.
One infraction, that was me. I walked in with a Karen Reed shirt. It's a free Karen Reed shirt like Scott's, but it was red.
No, I beat my horn in the buffer
Yeah.
zone on the bus.
What else happened in the buffer zone last year, Scott?
Other than that, nothing.
Kim got a ticket. I remember Kim. They gave Kim a ticket
Kim got a ticket.
for beeping.
Yep.
But there was no other incidents, right? We didn't riot. Didn't like.
I mean, that one day Harvin yelled at you because you forgot you had your.
Like freaking re-shirt. Yeah.
No, but I never saw an incident.
Not one.
They were ticketing people for beeping in front of the court. But other
Oh
than
yeah,
that,
I heard a lot of people got tickets.
but there was when we had 300-400 people down there though, there was people that was going past the barrel.
Me. I did it once.
But they weren't regular. Then you'd have to tell them, hey, step back. Yeah.
Better?
It is. She's like, it's disgusting.
I think I get rid of the crackle.
It's not how innocent people act.
Yeah.
Well, is the picture good? And I know with the audio, this is what I'm using for audio. This is the microphone, my DJI. And a lot more sensitive than the one that's internal to the phone. And this is what I was using to get what Karen Reed was saying. So what I need to do is get a longer telescoping rod. I can take this. Boom. Zoom is on. Up, they're going in. There goes Aiden. 1,400 people watching. Can you all hit that like button and the thumbs up? I'd really appreciate that. Colleen became a member. Peppa, thank you. I'm looking at all the things. You guys are so great. Thank you for being members. Karen, another member. Dog. Oh, you guys are great. All right, video's up.
Do we have it on us?
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't have to look for it.
No, they just got to get to it and then just share the screen. There it is.
We have to modulate the sound. But we'll see how low the audio is, and then I'll turn mine down if we need to.
We got people sit over here as well, okay?
Video.
I'm sorry?
So try to make some room for everybody, please. You have to squeeze in. Don't want anyone standing.
Yeah, this is Stoughton District Court. So it is a different courthouse. It is a different courtroom. It is small. iPhone 16 got issues. It's been driving me nuts. Oh, great. Maybe that's why I got a deal on it. Do we know the judge's name? I don't, but it says Monica Collins. We're in Monica Collins' Zoom room. But does the iPhone 16 Pro Max butt dial? Nope. Is Monica Collins a judge in Stoughton, or is this like... It says, when I look up LinkedIn, it says she's a consultant, so I don't know if she's a judge. Well, she's a clerk magistrate. Assistant clerk magistrate for the executive office of the trial court. That's Monica Collins, so maybe it's just her Zoom room. I don't know. Lots of trolls here today? Oh, all right. I'll change the settings. Thanks for telling me. Bye-bye. Big old dog says we're about to see how bad Massachusetts is. Scott McGinnis says state police CAT followed us over to Stoughton Court from Dedham. Are you shocked, Scott? Are you shocked? Romy gifted 10 memberships. Oh, Romy, I love you with all of my heart. If I don't see you soon, I'm gonna die. 13 King says, thank you, Romy. That was really super generous. Chris Albert needs to be brought up on charges. We were just about to read that better letter. Janet McGee says, thank you, Melanie. Loved your comment to Will and Turtle Boy that you would have grabbed them by the ears and pulled them away from DNA. Listen, friends don't let friends catch charges. Just don't. You gotta be wicked smart. You gotta be wicked smart, okay? When everybody's out to get you, you gotta be wicked smart, you know? It's just, you know. Diane is praying this charge will be dismissed. We don't know. It's like they spun the wheel. I think the judge has, yeah, I know the Trex arms. It was kind of funny, but again, you know, like I think I've seen this film before, and I didn't like the ending. Don't get mad about my Taylor Swift references because it's true. We've seen this film before. We didn't like it. Here they come.
Court is actually made seated. Good afternoon, Your Honor. In the matter of Aiden Kearney.
I'm turning my volume way down. So turn yours up.
Mr. Kearney is before the court on docket 25 CR 225 being charged with one count of witness, intimidation of a witness or a police court official on March 5th, 2025 in the town of Canton. The defendant has filed a motion to dismiss. Commonwealth filed a motion to revoke the defendant's bail. And there is an email here.
Just give me one moment to look at the email. And just to be clear for the record, there was a video that both counsel submitted. I've marked it as Exhibit 1. It's in the court's file. I viewed that prior to coming out.
Thank you, Your Honor. No objection to that.
Thank you.
Timothy Bradle on behalf of Mr. Carney. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Attorney Bradle.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. I'm Robert Cosgrove, Special Assistant District Attorney for the Commonwealth.
Good afternoon.
That's relative to the bail revocation issue, Your Honor.
Okay. Stu, do you want to hear the motion to dismiss prior?
In light of the Commonwealth's position, I would certainly ask for that, Your Honor. Thank
All right, I'll hear you.
you very much, Your Honor. Your Honor, the Stoughton court, I just want to start with this court. The Stoughton court has a interesting relationship with the witness intimidation statute and me and Mr. Carney and some other clients I've had. There's been about 5 or 6 cases that have come through here where this exact type of conduct at issue in this case has been not acted upon by the court. Judge Walsh in this court in a case called Commonwealth versus Richard Schiffer, same kind of thing. This Canton police did a 37-page investigation of Mr. Schiffer leaving rubber ducks around Canton with political messages on them relative to another prosecution that you're probably aware of, the Karen Reed murder case. And the Judge Walsh dismissed it at arraignment for violating the First Amendment. Assistant Clerk James Flanagan in this court, I represented four women that were accused of the similar things, sending out messages, commenting on the case directly to witnesses, leaving ducks around Canton. All 4 of them were not acted upon. There was another instance of what's called the Canton 9, Your Honor. People that were demonstrating in the middle of Canton. There were 9 people were charged with witness intimidation and other related charges, all dismissed. So the Commonwealth just doesn't get it, Your Honor. We need a seminar on the First Amendment. And here we go again. We have Mr. Carney in this case, Your Honor, is exactly where he's absolutely entitled to be. There's no stay-away orders in place. There's no restraining orders. There's nothing that prohibits Mr. Carney from going down that street. He went to Jeff McCarthy's for a meal, and he walked by the complainant Albert's Pizza Place in Canton. He looked inside. He saw a camera inside, and looked at it and looked in there and spoke to no one, to a glass window at 9:30, 10:30 at night, 2 occasions before and after. So He had every right to say what he did. The only involvement that the court needs to be concerned about would be if he uttered threats or fighting words. That's already been roundly established in my 14-page memorandum, Your Honor. I'm not going to belabor it. I know you've read it. I appreciate you having that. And cases are all there, absolutely spot on point, Your Honor. All these issues have been covered. There's no threats here. There's no fighting words. There's nothing that is criminally actionable that happened whatsoever. Because the Commonwealth doesn't like it, they want to use it as probably their 10th or 11th, what I hope will be their failed excuse to try to go after Mr. Carney. Not because he's a danger to anyone, not because he's doing anything criminal, but to silence his speech. That's what this is about. And that's why I've been so happy to always be coming to the Stoughton court on these cases, because the Stoughton court gets it. The Stoughton court looks at these cases and says, this is not a crime. Stoughton court has, with an unblemished record, Your Honor, upheld the First Amendment. And I hope that in this case, which is just as weak, if not weaker, than all the other things they're trying to say are felonious activity, I hope the court will address it appropriately. And I know the court will. So in terms of whether the court ought to, whether the Commonwealth rather, ought to be permitted to bring this forward, there's absolutely no basis. Everything that Mr. Carney said is not actionable. There's no threat, there's no fighting words. The only reason, Your Honor, that this has been given life, Your Honor, is because of the complainant's illegal wiretapping. He had a camera inside the store that apparently picked up sound. And also, Your Honor, there was a camera in the top right outside on the street that picked up the sound of every person walking by. So there's no warning signs, there's no notice that someone is being intercepted under 272 Section 99, the wiretap statute. He's been committing a felony every time someone's voice gets picked up on the street, and there's no warnings about it whatsoever. So Mr. Carney doesn't have to, when he's clowning around outside the store where he's absolutely allowed to be. And incidentally, Judge, the last time we were all together in Superior Court, Mr. Carney agreed under Section 87 to a stay-away order on this situation. So that speaks well of his understanding that he's not going to risk any other problems or issues. So that's on the side, if I may, Your Honor, that this has been agreed to when the government brought the bail request that they told me they were going to be renewing here. We agreed to it. So I want the court to be aware of that as well. But in terms of this speech, Your Honor, the only reason that the complainant heard this speech is because he was illegally wiretapping Mr. Carney. This never would have come to life. He never intended it to come to life. He didn't know it was going to come to life. And the next thing you know, he's being wiretapped by the complainant, who now wants to use his illegal behavior to try to get Mr. Carney locked up. The whole thing is a complete absurdity, Your Honor. Mr. Carney is talking for the benefit of his friends to a window on a almost empty street at 10:30 at night. There's no danger whatsoever. There's no basis to plug that conduct into the many elements of witness intimidation to try to concoct some bizarre alchemy, some felonious charge that would somehow get past the First Amendment for all the reasons that I stated in my motion, Your Honor. So that's what I have for the court. I appreciate you reading my motion, and I'm asking for about the 10th or 11th time that the court dismiss these charges. Thank you.
Okay, that was great.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Albert, as is his son, is a witness in the Karen Reed case. Mr. Kearney has been in the process of conducting a campaign against virtually every Commonwealth witness in the Karen Reed case, using his various media outlets. What I would like to do is briefly read the court some excerpts so I can put them on record from the police report of Lieutenant Tully, Some of it characterizes the video that Your Honor has already viewed, but it's also illuminative of the reaction of the Alberts upon viewing that video. After I do that, Your Honor, I will proceed to address the contentions that have just been raised by Mr. Bradel. Lieutenant Tully indicates that on March 5th, he spoke with Chris Albert, and he mentions that the Reed defense attorneys have alleged a massive conspiracy to frame Reed and have stated in written pleadings in an open court that Colin Albert, who is Chris Albert's son, is responsible for the death of John O'Keefe and that Chris Albert has aided in the conspiracy. Beginning in April of 2023, Kearney began posting articles to his website and social media accounts where he adopts the defense allegations as true and makes personal attacks on civilian witnesses, members of their family, and their friends. The author then publishes a blog on the website Turtle Boy Daily News. The website has a series of articles entitled Canton Cover-Up. He goes on to describe arresting Mr. Kearney on charges he was later indicted with. Those indictments are still pending in Norfolk Superior Court. Chris and Colin Albert are named victims in those open cases. Chris Albert forwarded to Lieutenant Tully 2 videos from March 4th of 2025. Subsequent to that, Your Honor, the district attorney's office merged those 2 videos, so the video that you saw shows the 2 of them playing simultaneously. They're 2 different cameras showing the same events. The sound has also been enhanced, but otherwise the videos are in no way changed. As described by Lieutenant Tully, the video depicts Kearney walking down the sidewalk from the direction of C.F. McCarthy's, which is a bar/restaurant located next to D&E Pizza at 614 Washington Street in Canton. The group is seen leaving McCarthy's that joins Kearney. Kearney stops in front of D&E and places his face next to the glass window. Interior camera catches him standing close to the glass, staring at the camera for approximately 25 seconds. Male with the group that exited joins Kearney. Kearney then begins speaking into the interior camera for over 1 minute. Audio is captured by an exterior camera. The sound of the occasional passing motor vehicle obscures the audio. Lieutenant Tully stated that he could discern the following statements made by Mr. Kearney. "Hi, Chris. What have you done?" "Murdered," then goes inaudible. "Misses you. Wishes he was alive today. He would be." "Why did you do that, Chris?" "Chris, why did you tell the jury that you got home?" "Why did you say you went upstairs and then waited 15 minutes?" "And Colin came home. Colin didn't make it home until at least 12:45. Chris, it was Colin, Chris. I just want to know. I just want to know why Colin took so long to get to your house. Why, Chris? Please tell me why. Colin did it. You can tell me. You can tell me, Chris. I know you didn't do it. I don't want to scare you. Tell Jill to keep their hands to herself, too." The statements made by Kearney and his conduct of standing outside D&E Pizza is similar to the conduct that was the basis for his prior indictments. Kearney directed his statements into a camera that he knew would at least be seen by Chris Albert, a named victim in the pending witness intimidation case and a witness in Commonwealth versus Reed. When Chris saw the video shortly after the incident, he became upset. He stated he is upset for his son Colin and the possibility that Kearney would continue to come to the restaurant and confront him or his son, which I would add, as he has done in the past. Subsequent to that, and as Mr. Bradel indicated, I brought this conduct to the attention of the Superior Court at a hearing on Mr. Bradel's motion to dismiss about 2 weeks ago. Lieutenant Tully received another video, and I want to add, with respect to the first one, that what brought this Chris Albert's attention was that on March 4th, he received a phone call from his son, Colin, who was working at a pizza restaurant that he owned. Colin learned that Kearney was having dinner at the restaurant next door. He was very unnerved and anxious about Kearney being next door while Colin was working. Chris, who was attending a Canton Select Board meeting, traveled to D&E following the meeting, and they closed the pizza restaurant at 9:30 and went home. He then received an alert on his cell phone from the camera system at D&E Pizza, accessed the video recordings, which Your Honor has viewed. Chris was very upset about Kearney's statements into the video camera, especially given previous incidents where Kearney picketed outside the restaurant during business hours. He's also very concerned Kearney will continue to be outside the restaurant and will confront him, members of his family, or patrons in a similar manner Kearney has done in the past. And I think the second video that Your Honor saw was a later discovered video indicating that Mr. Kearney had been present earlier in the evening. Now, with respect to the motion to dismiss, if I can turn to that in this point. I don't have a quarrel generally with the proposition the First Amendment protects a wide range of free speech, and that the usual remedy for a victim of defamation is on the civil side of things and not on the criminal side. But what the defendant ignores, and I believe Mr. Bradel ignores, is the courts from the U.S. Supreme Court on down have said, where the Commonwealth or the state has a compelling interest, it can craft an appropriate limited criminal sanction regulating speech in a reasonable fashion as to time, place, and manner. Now, there are a number of examples of that in our law, Your Honor. I'm sure Your Honor has probably had occasion to issue 209A orders. The typical feature of those orders is that the 209A recipient is to have no contact, direct or indirect, with the victim. In the cases, have uniformly supported that when that contact is made, whether it's a phone call, we might otherwise say is freedom of speech, even if it's an innocuous subject matter, even if the defendant sends the recipient of the 209A order, the protected person in the 209A order, a bouquet of flowers, that is a violation that may be criminally punished. We also know that laws protecting courthouses and prohibiting disruptions outside of courthouses are also constitutional and legal. We also know that judges routinely impose conditions of probation, requiring no contact, stay away, not travel in a certain area, Those orders, too, Your Honor, arguably impinge on rights of free association and speech, yet all of those are constitutional and have been upheld. With respect to the victim witness intimidation statute, which is at issue here, the legislature has imposed a very limited restriction on speech. And the limitation comes in the form of two elements. One is the protected class is not the public generally. They are left to their civil remedy. But the protected class are witnesses in a criminal case. The second reasonable limitation, the second restriction, Your Honor, is that to prove witness intimidation, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt the specific intent of the defendant's conduct was to intimidate the witness. Now, it seems to me, Your Honor, that one of two things has to be true. Either 209A orders, probation conditions, and laws against disrupting court proceedings are unconstitutional under the First Amendment, possibly other amendments as well, as is the witness intimidation statute. Or the witness intimidation statute constitutes a reasonable limitation by the legislature in service of a compelling state interest, which is the integrity of the criminal justice system. Mr. Kearney has effectively conducted a campaign against virtually every Commonwealth witness in this case. It has been unrelenting. I don't know if I am to go back to those witnesses, those victims, and say, well, you have a civil remedy, go over to civil court, file a lawsuit, hire an attorney if you can find one, retain him for $1,000 or $20,000 or $50,000, or maybe you can get a contingency fee. And then after depositions and motions and interrogatories and so forth, 3 or 4 years from now, you might recover a nice civil judgment. But in the meantime, every day you are going to be hammered and intimidated, and there is nothing the criminal justice system can do about it. Those seem to me, Your Honor, to be the alternatives. And based on that, Your Honor, I would ask you to deny the motion to dismiss.
I have a couple of answers.
Briefly.
Judge, page 5 of my brief, U.S. v. Alvarez, sets out the entire field of where the government can intrude on the First Amendment. There's no provision for reasonable restrictions on this or that. There's no opportunity for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts to try to criminalize civil tort law somehow.
I don't think that's what Attorney Cosgrove was saying. I think what he was saying is that it's a different class than the general public. And while I agree with your sentiments regarding Alvarez and the general public, what we're talking about is a more restricted class, specifically witnesses in a criminal proceeding or possible witnesses in a criminal proceeding, and in this case, a known witness in a criminal proceeding.
There's one other issue there, though, which is that there's no stay away order. It's not even a stay away order.
And that's
That's the determining factor.
well, that may be the determining factor. at the end of the day, with respect to a defense at trial, or perhaps whether or not his conduct was harassing as the statute anticipates. But the standard of proof that I need to apply here is whether or not there's probable cause that he's violated the statute. And the statute that reads that did mislead, intimidate, or harass another person who was a witness or potential witness.
Yes.
And
Can I address that point?
sure.
Thank you. I appreciate you letting me jump in. Harassment is defined, and harassment is limited by O'Brien v. Borowski, true threats, fighting words. So manifestly, these videos have no threats, no fighting words.
Wait, so take the sound out of it. The video that I watched that you both submitted by agreement begins with him just staring directly in the camera. He's not passing by. He walks to the camera and then he walks back in the direction from whence he came. And he's staring at the camera for a prolonged period of time before another individual comes up and starts speaking to him. And that's when the words happen. And whether or not you have a Fifth Amendment claim for the witness at trial because of wiretapping or not, it's not what's before me. What's before me is whether or not there's probable cause to support the charge. And after considering your motion and the depths of research you've done on the First Amendment and considering the standard of proof that I need to apply here, which is probable cause, I'm going to deny the motion to dismiss.
There's no objection. Thank you very much.
Your objection is certainly noted.
Welcome to the upside down. Let's see what he rules on the motion about revoking the bail.
Commonwealth, I hear you on your motion and any request for bail. Thank you, Your Honor. With request to bail on this case, Your Honor.
Does Mr. Carney need to be arraigned first?
He was arraigned. Right, you entered pleas of not guilty. He was arraigned. I mean, I would have stricken the arraignment had I allowed the motion to dismiss. That's why I wanted to address it first. With respect to the question of bail, Your Honor, I'm going to request that the court set bail in the amount of $5,000 cash on the instant case, and I'm going to ask the court to impose a stay-away order for Mr. Albert and any member of his family. And I'm going to ask that that order, I should say a no contact order, direct or indirect. And I'm going to ask as well that the court order that Mr. Kearney remain away from the pizza shop, from the home of any of the Alberts, and from any place of work of the Alberts, and that he maintain a distance of at least 100 yards from those locations. The order in the Superior Court, I will say, is a little broader. The order entered the other day, and it now extends to all of the witnesses in this case. But since only the Alberts are implicated in the case before Your Honor, I think it's proper to limit the order here to them. In the motion to revoke? Yes. With respect to the motion to revoke, Your Honor, I think it's important to consider that this is the same conduct, or another species of the same conduct, for which indictments are pending against the defendant in the Superior Court. There are indictments for intimidation of a witness with respect to Brian Albert, with respect to Christopher Albert, and with respect to
Roland Albert. These indictments represent a series of conduct by Mr. Kearney, including showing up at selectmen's meetings where Chris Albert is a selectman in one meeting. Chris Albert testified before the grand jury that at that meeting, Mr. Kearney came within 2 feet of his ear, holding negative signs about him, stuck his middle finger in his face, captured on camera for his viewers. And as he left the building, he and a mob of about 15 or 20 people pursued him to his car, screaming at him, calling him and his son a murderer. When Chris reached his car, Kearney and his followers surrounded it and prevented him from leaving until the police were able to back up the crowd. He's encouraged people to harass Mr. Albert at his business. He's run videos attacking members of the Albert family, including Mr. Albert's wife. I'll read you some of the titles of those, Your Honor, that were played for the grand jury. Episode 590, Call to Julie Albert. Julie Albert, I might add, has nothing to do with the Reed case, but in Mr. Kearney's view, she's a fair target because she's related to somebody who is. Therefore, to attack her is another way of putting pressure on and intimidating a witness. Episode 598, Life as Normal is Over. Time to hit the gas. No right for Chris Albert to live peacefully. Albert should be afraid. Kearney outside D&E Pizza. And those, Your Honor, were examples of some of Mr. Kearney's shows prior to the indictment. Indictment has not fazed him, Your Honor. He's continued to harass the Alberts and the other witnesses. When you look at the videos in this case, if you looked at them in isolation, if I looked at them in isolation as a prosecutor, I might think, oh, well, there may be a few sheets to the wind after his visit next door. He's clowning around. It's fairly innocuous, repulsive, but innocuous. But understandably, the Alberts in the Commonwealth look at them in the context of the prior conduct. His conduct has continued since his indictment, not only with respect to the Alberts, but as to the other witnesses. If Your Honor has viewed the exhibit submitted by Mr. Bradle, I had some discussion with him about what I would be asking for today. And I didn't indicate, quite candidly, that I was going to move to revoke Mr. Kearney's bail. That was not my original intention. But I did say subject to, I don't recall the exact language, but Your Honor has it in front of him, subject to what may go on between now and then. Shortly thereafter, I discovered that Mr. Kearney had gone on one of his YouTube presentations and encouraged every resident of the town of Canton to file illegal wiretapping complaints against Mr. Albert. Now, I'd be the last person to say that citizens should not contact police departments if they think there's been a violation of the law. But one of Mr. Kearney's attorneys, Mr. Betterow, had already sent a letter, which I suggest was retaliatory in in intent to the Canton Police Department, claiming that Mr. Kearney was illegally wiretapped. Well, the Canton Police can do with that whatever the Canton Police are going to do with that. I think it would be improper for me as a person charged with prosecuting, as a special prosecutor charged with Mr. Kearney, to even express an opinion to the Canton Police Department. I have my own opinion of the merits of the complaint filed by Mr. Betterow. But that having been filed, Your Honor, what possible purpose does it serve for Mr. Kearney to encourage every citizen of the town of Canton to go and file complaints? And I suggest it serves no purpose but to harass Mr. Albert. I would also suggest that it is difficult to look at that video and think anything but that Mr. Kearney clearly saw the video camera, which was visible in the window, and wanted that video recording to be seen and, if possible, heard by Mr. Albert. I think one of the things that may be concluded by the Canton Police, and I don't want to get too far out in front of my skis, is that the illegal wiretapping statute requires that there be secretive video. And when a video camera is clearly visible in front of a store, I would suggest that's not secretive and therefore it's not illegal wiretapping. But if it is, I think when the Canton Police act against Mr. Albert, they can then do a survey of the whole town and possibly bring charges against everyone who has one of those doorbell videos. That said, Your Honor, it was still not my intention to move to revoke Mr. Kearney's bail. But then I became aware just a day or two ago, and I only became aware of this yesterday afternoon, Your Honor. Mr. Kearney, on his show, engaged in about a 10 or 15 minute vile attack on Elizabeth Proctor, describing graphically her giving oral sex to her husband and other such comments. Elizabeth Proctor has nothing to do with the Karen Reed case, except that she is the wife of a police officer involved in the investigation and a witness in the case, and therefore fair game for Mr. Kearney. And I mention this in particular, Your Honor, because one of the things that I understand the Commonwealth needs to show is that no order entered by the court is likely to be effective in eliminating the threat to the public, or in this case, the threat to witnesses in the Karen Reed case and in the Kearney case, and I would suggest the threat to the fair and objective administration of justice. I think that Mr. Kearney, by his conduct, has amply proved the court he is going to keep going with his intimidating conduct as long as he is free. And therefore, I ask the court to revoke his bail.
Attorney Braden.
Your Honor, Commonwealth uses the word retaliatory. This entire bait and switch the Commonwealth has perpetrated on me and Mr. Kearney is the only thing that's retaliatory here. On Friday, counsel emailed me with respect to the bail issue here today. I said to him that I had, at the time, 2 other cases today. I actually have 3 other cases today. But I don't have time on that date, meaning today, do what we've been doing here for however long. That if we're going to have a quick bail hearing where the issue is how much money and stay away orders that we've already agreed to in front of Judge Doolin in Superior Court, that's what I expected today. And I've never, in 32 years practicing law, had a prosecutor or seen another prosecutor when I was a prosecutor say to me, yeah, come on in, we'll get this done quick, everything's going to be fine, and then come into court 5 minutes before coming before Your Honor and say, no, we're going to revoke his bail. Oh, really? Why? Because he said something nasty about somebody. And here's the kicker, Your Honor. In a private show that people have to pay to hear, not in public, to a private audience that somehow got leaked out to whomever. And that show was Thursday night before the Commonwealth committed to a normal bail hearing where there was a very minimal issue at stake. And now the Commonwealth wants to come in here on 5 minutes notice to me and change it up because of this pretextual excuse about something he said that is non-criminal, non-actionable, that he doesn't like in a private setting. That's what's retaliatory, Your Honor.
Well, perhaps I can short circuit all of this.
Please do. Thank you.
Wasn't this addressed in front of the Superior Court? This conduct was addressed?
It was, Your Honor.
So I think under my reading of the bail statute, Mass General Laws, Chapter 276, Section 58B, that the motion to revoke has to be brought at the first appearance in court. It doesn't say which court, his first appearance in court. If he got arrested in Chelsea, this hearing would be happening in Chelsea at the moment of his arrest. And so the idea that this was addressed in front of the court who's hearing the case on which the Commonwealth seeks to revoke, and there were conditions placed as opposed to bail being revoked at that point in time, I think was the first appearance. And I'm procedurally denying the motion to revoke bail because I don't think it's properly before this court.
Wow.
In that case, we would agree under Section 87, Your Honor, to the stay away orders requested.
What about the cash bail request?
And Judge, in terms of a cash bail, Mr. Carney's got no record. He's been to every court appearance. We talk, 10 times a week. He has 2 kids, lives in Holden. He's a former school teacher who has shows that he does every single night. I don't know of anybody who has more roots in here that's not going to cause any sort of a flight risk. So I would ask that you forego a cash bail, Your Honor. And he's absolutely willing to just make it a Section 87 agreed on bail condition relative to stay away orders. And we ask that you allow that and allow him to appear on his personal recognizance.
So after hearing on bail, I'm going to release the defendant on personal recognizance with the following conditions. Stay away, no contact, no abuse of the Alberts, remain 100 yards away from the pizza shop and any other workplace, stay 100 yards away from their residences. That's with the consent of the defendant?
Correct, Your Honor.
I'm surprised. He didn't sound like he was going to go that way.
May 15th, Your Honor.
That's fine. Oh, wait, was that one of the dates that was not a good date? Okay. May 15th is fine.
So you're going to be released with conditions for your parents back here May 15th for a pretrial hearing. Conditions are that you have no contact directly or indirectly with any of the Alberts and family members, that you remain 100 yards away from the pizza shop and any place of business in the home of the Alberts. failing to comply with those conditions or picking up any new charges during the pendency of this case, you could be held up to 90 days without bail. That's your bail warning. You'll need to check in with probation. Before you leave the courthouse today, you'll need to sign those conditions of release. Commonwealth's motion to revoke your bail has been denied. The motion to dismiss has been denied. You're all set, sir.
Attorney Bradel, just to be perfectly clear for the record, the defendant consents to these conditions I've checked off under 87 that these are, okay. Thank you. All right, thank you. Thank you.
No, that's all we have.
Court, all right.
Yeah, no, yeah.
I'm shocked. I gotta say, I'm shocked. Okay, everyone, readjust your volume. Turn your volume down so that I can turn my volume back to normal. And we can get back to, all right, now my volume is where it's going to be.
Yay!
Lots of happy people walking out of here today.
How'd you do, bud? How'd you feel in there? Get through it?
Yeah?
Let's go.
How you doing, bud? Very well.
Good.
Good day to be in court, huh?
Not bad. I mean, we got half a loaf, not a complete loaf.
Yeah, yeah.
So at least we're not worrying about revoking payment and going back to jail.
Thank God, right?
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, yeah. Didn't have to be that close, right? Hope you guys can see everything. If there are any questions you want me to ask Aiden, I need you to put them in the chat. Make it so I can see it. Thank you, Chicken Palm. So how was that? What you thought it would be?
So they are not revoking his bail.
Right.
Why is he up there?
Because
Does he have to pay something?
no, he's in there doing no paperwork.
Oh.
What they found today as a result, he's got to go and agree to the terms for this. And,
The stay away thing,
yes,
right?
all that stuff.
Does he still have a truck for this?
Hey, Greg! Hey!
Thank you guys. Love you guys, man. I'm going home.
We love you. You're going home.
That was close. That was nerve-wracking. Thank you guys so much for being there.
How much fun was that?
Not fun at all, man. It's the worst time just to have somebody try to, like I said, we got an email from him on Friday saying bail revocation's off the table. And then we get here today and I find out 5 minutes before going in there, it's actually on the table. He just lied. He's a snake and he's dishonest and he lied. And, luckily the judge, on a technicality, it seems, decided not to revoke my bail. We had a much larger argument than the one that we made. We were ready to prepare because there's no reason to legally revoke my bail anyway. But, we got off on technicality. So, I'm just so grateful, man, to be going home. You have no idea, like how.
Let's go to McCarthy.
Ever again.
Is this going to affect the Karen retrial at all?
Oh, no, I don't think this will affect Karen's trial at all. I mean, this is just, other than the fact that they try to sully up her reputation with my charges. That's all. They try to take my charges and say she talks to him, so she's bad too. That's the whole purpose of these charges is to begin with, is to sully Karen Reed's reputation and make it harder for me to, activate and get people. And you guys heard him today. He said that I urged people to report wiretapping to the police. First of all, I didn't urge anyone to do that. Secondly, who cares if I did? You're allowed. If you feel like you're a victim of a crime, you have every right to go to the police.
Absolutely.
So when did that become harassment? Right. To go to the police and say, my rights are being violated, a crime's been committed against me. And the audacity to bring that up today is that there was something wrong with that. No, there's something wrong with what they're doing. And
also the board meeting where they're trying to say that you told people to stand in front of his car.
That never happened.
You can't control grown adults.
Video shows
what people do is what people do. You have nothing to do with that.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard when somebody gets up there and just lying about you, lying about the things that you're saying,
Absolutely.
lying about the things I said in that video. It's just lying. It's just hard. It's hard to hear it,
Hard to wait your turn.
and hard to know that like he's doing this because he wants you to go to jail for 60 days or whatever. And it's like he doesn't care about the other people that this affects. My kids, my family. There's a lot of people that are affected by incarceration. Yeah, you guys, obviously you guys too, but so I'm just so happy, man, to be going home. You have no idea.
Well, your voice stands up for all of our voices too. We can.
And how awesome is Tim Brady?
Is the Commonwealth a paid member?
Apparently, I guess he's subscribed. I mean, the thing about that is he sent that email on Friday saying, if anything happens, I'm not going to revoke bail unless something happens between now and then. Well, that happened before. Like this video was Thursday the night before, and he claims he got it sent to him yesterday. I wonder by who. I don't think Cosgrove subscribes to Turtle Club. I don't think he's technical enough to figure out how to log in. He probably, on his iMachine. And so I mean, somebody sent it all because we all know that there's no shortage of people out there looking to take things I said out of context, send it to Cosgrove because this is all just a game to them. That's all this is. Fun and games to try to, put somebody in jail for something that they obviously didn't, do. So
he's behind a paywall though. How's that work?
All you have in this business is your word. And, we had an explicit conversation about it, and I'm just shocked that he would do something like that. I mean, you don't do that. You don't forget something like that. So I'm really disappointed, shocked, outraged. It's unbelievable.
Get him.
I mean, I am so sick of defending this guy over speech. Right? Give me a break.
Well, you're good, they're evil, and you're going to try it.
Don't forget, we're the good guys.
Yes,
we're the good guys.
Right.
This is complete BS.
It's another one of these circumstances where they just unabashedly come into court and say, we don't like what he's saying, so judge, lock him up. It's so brazen, it's so un-American, it's horrifying, and we need more people like you guys to step up. Where's the media? Where's the journalists that are next?
He's in court.
When they're done, where, you know, the mainstream people, right? You know, we're all here.
They're giving
but,
softball
you
interviews
know,
to Elizabeth Proctor.
when they're done with him and me, who's next? Where's that person?
Right.
Well, thank God we got you guys.
You guys, thank God I have you guys. Thank you so much for coming.
Yes, that makes it exciting.
Yeah. Love you guys so much,
Guys
man.
like
Thank you
Max.
guys so much. All right. We'll see you soon. Tomorrow night. Back to back.
Thank you.
Nice job. I'll see you over there. I'll see you over there.
How you doing, dear?
Good, how are you?
Good. How you doing? Everything good? Yeah. Where's your mom? Oh, were you making them the other night?
Yeah.
Are they stretching?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need to set a prayer for my friend Patty and
Oh,
her.
is she okay? Oh, good for Patty. So good for
Thank
her.
you so much.
Thank you, Patty.
Thank you.
Everyone got something, right? Do pot? That's good news.
Yeah.
Good for her. She don't have to worry about nothing, right? Good.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Thank you so much.
No, my pleasure. Glad that worked out. All right. Safe travels, my friend. Bye, sweetheart. Good.
Everybody behaved themselves.
They did, I know. Thank God it was a good day today. Oh my. It's been a long day. You guys that are hung in here with us is just freaking awesome. Love you all. Yeah, he doesn't have to go to jail. And that's about it. It's a good thing. Karen did good today. And Aiden goes home. So I think we're okay with this, right? We got Thursday, it's Miss Karen Reed. And we'll be on top of that. Is there anything you guys want to say? Oh, Mary, thank you, Mary. Thank you for being here. I mean, again, right? I'm here for you guys and the mods. I can't do this without them. So all the mods, please thank them. They are really the best. I can't say enough about them. Yeah, we got a new vehicle, new buggy. Everybody, please donate to Karen Reed's Defense Fund. They're really trying to. They're locking her up. I don't understand why they're hard on this to do that. Also, everybody, please, this is so important. It really, really is. A very close friend of ours. Can we put this on the screen? Can one of the mods put this on the screen? We need some prayers for Nanette. She's going through cancer surgery tomorrow. She is an amazing supporter. Her and her sister are like instrumental to what we do here. We really need some. She's asking for some help, but she's not somebody to ask. So she must really, if we can do anything to help Nanette, please, please, please she's in needs of some attention and some money for food. So if you guys could donate something in that, I think I'm gonna put the link in the chat. But yeah, that's kind of important, and it's important to me. And the meal train's pinned at the top of the chat. Please, I'm gonna bring this up tomorrow too, and we could probably figure out a way to get her. But yeah, I really need everyone to please chip in and help make this work for her. She's just a wonderful, wonderful person. I just can't say enough about her. Her and her sister are just awesome people. The mods today, thank them. All you guys online today, thank you. Met some nice people, some really nice people from out of state today. It was nice to spend time with them. What else? Karen seemed to have a good day, right? So that's awesome. Aiden gets to go home, so that's awesome. The Galera raised $20,000 last night. On Monday night, he did a 12-hour stream. So I know you guys can help Nanette out. And she's not one to ask or anything like that. And I know this is really hard for her. So I know you guys are gonna help. 23,000. Jeez, wow. You guys. Wow. I'm not sure. From Braintree. I know she lives 25 minutes. She lives south of Braintree. I know that. Yeah. Wow. They're all happy. $22,700. You guys. I mean, I'd do a 24 if I could raise 40. That's a toughie though. Wow. Cynthia, thank you. What am I gonna do? What else, guys? What else? Anything? Nick Knack, thank you for being here today, sweetheart. Yep, this is good. Oh, she woke up sick last night. Poor lady. Yeah, I got the email, Little C. Love you too, Nick and Knack. Alrighty, I guess. It's been a day. I think we're gonna be online in the morning. I don't know what time we should start. 8 or 9. Maybe 9. Yeah, I'm gonna get a hold of that ID discovery thing and take a watch to see about that. Yeah. All right, everybody. We're gonna call it, I think. And again, Nanette, she still needs help. So that is definitely a priority regardless. So you guys are great. So with that said, everyone that became a member today, thank you very, very much. If you want to give me a like, thumbs up, subscribe, anything, man, I do appreciate it. You guys are wonderful. And we go from there. Everybody, love you all. You all have a wonderful day. And we'll see you in the morning. Be safe.